don't wanna see me mad. I'll be coming with that payback. You don't wanna taste that, don't wanna see me on attack. Trust me, you don't wanna face that. Adrenaline, I crave that. Yeah, you know I'm nasty, I'm about to be a savage. When I want it, better have it. Nothing's getting past me, about to take this to the mat. And you'll be wishing you could take it back, yeah. Like an assassin, I'm praying, I gotta act on a craving. I'm coming after, I'm chasing, I'm gonna capture, erasing. Yeah, those who cross me, you'll be crossed off. Cause I'm plotting, about to pop off. You can't stop me, winning is exhausting. But I don't plan on stopping, as long as they keep talking. I got these bodies dropping, as long as they keep walking. I'll keep making deposits, they'll find out they can't stop it. Cause they'll learn that I'm a prophet. Yo, I'm seeing all red, got my vision blurry from the anger in my head. I'll never be second best, they gon' learn today what it feels to regret. You can't stop me now, the demons tear me now. Hold it to the now, cause I'm seeing all red. Vision blurry from the anger in my head. I'll never be second best, they gon' learn today what it feels to regret. You can't stop me now, the demons tear me now. Hold it to the now, cause I'm seeing all red. Cause I'm seeing all red. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hates like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control
Hello, and welcome back to My Mind or Your Matter. My name is Rick, and let's get it ready for this. What's to come? It seems like the energy is high. I feel it very high. I feel the tension. I feel the like the excitement and actually the hypeness of it. Um, we're going to be witnessing tonight uh, something that will probably go down in the history books. I hope it doesn't get too crazy, but the energy is hyped. One side is definitely hyping this up, and I have to give full blame to the Democrats because instead of de-escalating, they're escalating this into a area where it should not be. Um, it's going to be it might be really bad tonight. So viewers' discretion is advised for tonight. Um, I I talked about something crazy happening and things, and I told people stay away from big groups. And I said this many times on my show, and when I came back, I kept saying this. Pure example of what's going on now in the world. It's not good at the moment. Things are very hectic. We'll be showing you a lot of news agencies and different views of what's going on with peaceful, chaotic, mainly peaceful protests. I mean, I don't. Would you classify it as a protest, or is it an assembly of individuals that are overtaking the city and causing chaos? I choose the last one, but let's go ahead and find a good one to watch here. Which one is this one? Okay, we could go to this one. Um, Let me just set it up because everything I have to set up here, I didn't have it too much ready. I did get some of the stories out and ready, but it is what it is, and let's get started. Let's turn on the volume on here so we can hear what's going on.
All together and they stick together. Yeah, that's just something you can see. It's one of those cars backing up there to try to get out.
I mean, if this is peaceful, I don't want to know what chaos is. I don't want to know what is the worst.
I was also in Minneapolis.
I mean, this
the death of George Floyd. Some of those
could get bad.
And it's always interesting. Day turns the night, and you can sense just a difference.
It seems like they're at it again, and let's see what's gonna happen. Is it gonna get ugly? I think so.
I think it's a huge thought, and the planners and the leaders and the commanders.
Comments. I'm sorry, I'm still running behind here.
They want to stop this.
Wu-Tang, I'll be. What's up? How you doing, brother?
It became a little bit more violent, and if that may qualify,
yeah, Wu-Tang. I got a new intro. Yeah.
But more importantly, the alcohol could be a huge contributor to this nightfall, if you will, upping the ante and more violent. But the unfortunate part is,
yeah, it's a big time foreshadowing what's going to be happening tonight.
And
Terry, what's up, Terry? Terry 92 Riot is 2.0. That's wild, right? It's a peaceful, my ass, Terry. It's this is not a protest. This is an assembly of individuals that are hijacking the narrative. This is what this is.
Immigration deportations and the enforcement of this. What are their rights? What are they engaged with law enforcement? What can and can't?
Yeah, I hope the thing is, I hope it doesn't escalate to the point that they're destroying businesses. Because we don't want that. We don't want the destruction of businesses.
In the United States, if you're not out blocking streets, you can go.
But if you're illegal and you're in these protests, I mean, that's not a smart thing to do. But I feel like you give them a reason, and they will show up and show out.
Here, I mean, this is a busy intersection that's shut down in the middle.
And they made it illegal to have face coverings. So I wonder if they're going to be arresting a lot of people tonight. Let's see.
Come up with one of these protests, go seek a permit, do it legally so you'll know what
Yeah,
to
legal.
expect and what
Why
you're
everything
allowed and
has to
not
be the
allowed
hard
to
way?
do. But in this case, you know, a lot of this,
I'm gonna burn some
saw a post
sage.
on
Actually,
social
I'm gonna
media
roll up a
today,
joint. Because
wanting
Abby
people
got
to
me.
discourage in a
He got
certain
me with
area
that. I'm good and
to do
high
protests.
comment.
So, you know,
So I
like I
need to
said,
get
a lot of
myself
this
nice
was
and
bad
good and
actors
high. I
and
had
influenced
early
by those
dinner,
bad actors that turned this
but
protest into
I'm ready
potential
to
violent
show
behavior.
up tonight.
Yeah, and that's a good point, talking about
Let me
impeding the flow
quiet
of
these
traffic.
guys
They're
for a second because
blocking
they're
off
just
that.
recapping of what you're seeing here on the screen. It's very unstable. Things are going to get a little hectic. If not, it's at a tactical alert tonight. Like LAPD, Central Division, the city of Los Angeles is on tactical alert. That is pretty much all men on deck. They're gonna go all out tonight to try to defuse this. This is something that's not gonna go away. You give them a reason, just one reason, and they're gonna continue it for as long as possible. And if they're being funded by the Democratic Party, we are in trouble. We're definitely in trouble. Not a good thing at all. Um, shoot, let's see. I got more here that we could look at. Let's get some other angles. We got some angles, some TikTok angles. We can do the TikTok angles right now. See what's happening over here. Let's go ahead and play it out and see what's happening.
But we need you to also build that movement and that alternative to the power, because we can't keep going this year after year. Y tengo unas palabras para mi comunidad.
You hear? If you're talking about your comunidad, porque tú no vas para atrás para donde tú viviste y quédate allá, porque tú vas a venir acá y hacer que tú estás haciendo aquí. No jodas, tú estás viviendo en Estados Unidos, tú te quedas aquí en Estados Unidos, entonces tú respetes Estados Unidos, no te vayas y cogiendo y destruyen todo lo que está por aquí y no puede ser así. Yeah, I'm bilingual too, and I can speak Spanish. And these individuals are not in the right. They are inciting. They're inciting. This is not going to be good for tonight. This is a revolution. This is what's happening. They're ready to wrestle. Are you ready to rumble? That's what he just said. Are you ready to wrestle? Are you ready to go down? This is just hyping up the crowd, you know? Not smart. Not smart at all. Not a smart thing to do.
All right, everyone, are we ready to march? Hell yeah! Are you guys ready to?
Of course, they're cursing. So they say, "Are you fucking ready to march?" Which is crazy.
Before we do that, okay.
Mañana organizamos, hoy marchamos, mañana organizamos, hoy marchamos, mañana organizamos.
So, Super Familia donated a bunch of masks and first aid, over $3,000 worth of it for all of us here.
$3,000 worth of aid,
We have everything
first
that
aid
you
was
need.
donated
If you would
to
like
this.
to come up and grab some supplies, come up to the front. Please follow the
What supplies are they giving them? Bricks?
directions.
No, we're gonna go ahead and move on because that's inciting a riot there that they're trying to do. Let's go over to this side, see what they're saying here. Let's move this up to live because this is like way behind. So let's go live on this one. I think I have a helicopter view, so I could always jump on that. Also, I got a lot of different angles of this riot, the protest, whatever you want to call it. all I see is this is very democratic run, and you know how Democrats are. They don't talk. They like to fight before they speak. So viewers' discretion is advised. It's going to be a wild night. I'm glad that jumped the gun, and he didn't really jump the gun, but he's proactive, and he knew that something was up, so he activated the National Guard. Because if he didn't activate the National Guard, you see what's going on right now. You think the police force of the Los Angeles police force can handle this? I highly doubt it. I strongly doubt it. So let's go ahead and see if I could get another view, another angle. Let's go bird's eye view. Let's come over on this side over here. Let's watch this. This is getting really disturbing here. There's a lot of people, and the police is trying to push back on these individuals. I do have police scanners going on too, so you will be hearing police scanners. Um, let's go ahead and put this volume up here so you probably can hear what's going on. No, you cannot hear, and I think I have a ground video of this. You see how they're throwing stuff, and how is this peaceful? Explain to me, this is peaceful? I mean, it's okay. You could protest you want. That's great. If you want to exercise your First Amendment right, that's cool. That's great. But do it in the right way, right setting. Doesn't look very peaceful. This looks like this is going to be something that's going to be getting out of hand pretty quick tonight. But this is more people than it was yesterday. I was on here yesterday. I thank those who came on yesterday. I did really good. Oh, look at this guy in stilts. Oh, they took him down. Oh shit! You saw that? They took him down. He landed on his knees, and he's going to be arrested. Yesterday video I reached over 1,200 views, and I thank everyone who watched. It was my first time hitting over 1,200 on a video, on a live video. Let's see if we can reach those numbers tonight. And if anyone who's not subscribed, please subscribe because we need to bring these numbers up because I'm at 438. Let's make it to 500. I got to roll my joint. That's what I'm doing right now because I'm going to need this joint. I think I'm going to be smoking 2 joints tonight. I think it's going to be a 2 joint show. Okay, as you can see there, it really does look like police are getting pretty handsy there. I do have a better, closer view of this because there's multiple views. But you see, it says "fuck ICE" on the car. So these individuals wrote that on the car on this vehicle here. Now, is that peaceful? Does this tagging cars and causing this kind of scene, is it peaceful? I see a lot of people being arrested. There they go. They're gonna start arresting people. There they go. They're arresting people. Oh, there they go. Yeah, the algorithms. This is crazy. Okay, we're gonna hold off on the police scanner for a bit because they're talking a whole bunch of locations. As you can see right in front of you, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is outside the detention center, the federal detention center, and people are throwing objects at the police. This guy in stilts, they're gonna have to take his clothes off to take those stilts off. So they gotta remove those stilts and arrest him. You see, they're trying to take it off. Look, look, look! They're yanking on him. They're yanking on him. Viewer discretion is advised. As you're seeing here, they're trying to take off the stilts that this gentleman is wearing. He's gonna end up losing the stilts. They're gonna. I don't know what they're gonna do with it because he can't take that to jail, and they're not gonna be holding that for him. So they're taking his pants off. Yep, pants coming off. Pants are off, and now they're going after trying to take off those stilts. Police, they're trying to figure out how the hell to take it off. There, they got one off, one stilt, and I think they got the second one off. As this group, this little mob of individuals are being pushed back. We're gonna play this game again. Name the flags. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm gonna have to set it up on my phone because narrating and doing multiple things at the same time. I haven't even rolled up my joint yet. I need my joint. I need a joint for this. Come on. Okay, let me see if I get a better angle at this coverage. See if I can find a better angle. Let's see. Is it live? Give me a sec. No, this is a different area. There's a lot of different areas that are hyped. So I will be going around and jumping around all different channels here. See where they're at, what they're doing. No, this is not. This is another place. Yeah, I got multiple of this, so I could close this one out. I'm sorry, I just got back from dinner. Let's show you guys this right here. A police unit has been. It looks like it's been. People been doing something to this police vehicle because it doesn't look. I don't know. It's. They need to control this, man. They really do. And you think the police was going to... Let's go ahead and put up the volume here and you can listen.
Democratic governors about this response from President Trump and the Trump administration.
I need some THC drops. Damn. Now, that's what's up.
Talking about arrests might be happening soon as this unlawful assembly taking place. I'm
looking at the comments now. I'm going back.
Social media. I also want to get to just some comments from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass.
I'm so happy Moontang's back.
Earlier on today, this morning, President Trump
she always makes me laugh.
The National Guard into Los
But
Angeles.
who the fuck goes
federalized troops on the heels of these raids is a chaotic escalation. The fear people are feeling in our city right now is very real.
Oh, no.
It's felt in our communities and within our families, and it puts our neighborhoods at risk. This is the last thing our city needs, and I urge protesters to remain peaceful. I've been in touch this morning with
Karen Bass. This lady should be arrested and thrown in jail.
Los Angeles will always stand with everyone who
they need to remove her as mayor.
Home. And in response to this post on social media,
this is on her hands. This is not Trump. This is they let in too many illegals.
It's sickening that Mayor Bass continues to protect violent rioters and illegal aliens at the expense of the safety of American citizens.
You want to protect the illegal aliens?
And Secretary Noem
you're going to drown them in jail.
To Los Angeles. if its leaders won't. So some strong comments coming in from the Homeland Security Agency there on this protest taking place, the third day of them here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also hearing from President Trump on social media in his most recent Truth Social post, similar to what we just heard about this restoring law and order to Los Angeles. We heard from President Trump on his way to Camp David earlier on. This again from him on social media on Truth Social, saying, the once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Yep. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operation. So you're hearing that. He did say in an interview on the tarmac, questions about whether he would invoke the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, "It depends." Also asked if Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, should send Marines to these front lines. And he says they should, quote, if there is, quote, a danger to our country. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A live picture one more time. There on the ground, you can see tactical gear out for different people, signs at the ready, and different non-lethal forms. Here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just listen in briefly and get a sense, a lay of the land, if you will, there on this Sunday in Los Angeles.
It's non-lethal, but it can turn lethal. All these people that are standing in front of these agents, I don't understand. Why are they doing there? What is their purpose? Why? Is it for clout? Is it for attention? Is it for, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Especially going to the front lines. You know, if you're going to the front lines, come prepared, because this is not going to end well. It's not going to end well. And everyone that's recording, everyone that's taking pictures, you are all being documented, and yeah, they will get back to you, and you will suffer the consequences like J6. This is another J6. It started in J6. It started on the 6th.
Viewer discretion is advised as the ebbs and flows of these protests take place. You can see the line by local law enforcement on the ground. Different.
I don't know how you wear a hoodie. It's hot as hell in LA.
Tactical alert, and arrests could be happening soon if demonstrators decide to throw objects at authorities. We also saw the helicopter fly away. Skyfox potentially going back to refuel and regather supplies to find that helicopter. Several hundred of people were on the streets in downtown Los Angeles as protests against the immigration deportation enforcement, different raids taking place. This was day number 3, stemming from what happened on Friday.
I agree, Mutang. Y'all predict when they get beat,
law enforcement trying
especially when they get bopped in the head.
Put things at ease before it falls from day to night. And we were hearing
whoever's wearing the helmets, especially the media, very smart of them. They know what they're going to be encountering tonight.
Just a bit earlier.
The media is loving this because the media is getting a lot of attention. Let's listen into this.
Say no. The Trump fascist regime is an affront to
Oh, wait a
humanity
minute.
and to everything we hold dear.
Let me pause her because I just noticed something in the background here. What is this trans sign right here in the background that says no? This is going to be multi things. You see, this is printed out. When did they print this out? Why is this all printed out here? Someone took the time to make these signs. So all this is premeditated. Look at the sign on her chest. The Trump fascist regime. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you stupid? If you're not happy here, guess what? You could go back to Mexico. Go back to the country of your origin. We're not like, listen, don't let the door hit you on the way out. You can make your way back to your country, no problem. But don't come here trying to start a ruckus and try to overthrow our democracy. Like, this is a republic. You are an illegal. You need to go back to your country.
It must go now. Let it be said in the hour it counted most, in the hour that it counted most, that we did not let the world and the future down. That we rose to meet the challenge of our time and acted.
I know, right, Mutang? They don't know what fascism is.
And tens of millions to make this fascist regime go now.
These are talking points. You see how she's reading? Look, he's looking down and reading. These are talking points that they sent to her.
We refuse.
Look at this.
To accept a fascist America.
This is stupid.
So
are you kidding me?
Amina, A-M-I-N-A, last name Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-S.
Gonzalez, you need to go back to your country, honey.
So next,
we need to get ICE
agents
agents on her.
To Reverend Frank Wolf. You should introduce her.
Frank Wolf, be careful. Don't fall down, dude. You look fragile.
My name is Reverend Frank Wolf. My first name is...
Wolf? Frank?
Okay. My first name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. My last name is Wolf, W-U-L-F. I am the pastor of the La Plaza United Methodist Church, which is just about 100 feet away from where we are. And they want me to use the mic better.
Damn, this is crazy.
This is my home. This is our home. I serve a congregation of people here that is afraid. They're afraid because of what's happening in the city around us, and there's no reason why they should be afraid.
Yeah, they could go back home.
To the members of our
go back
congregation
home.
That if they felt in any way unsafe and did not want to face the threats that are going on around us, that they should stay home, watch us on the internet. And so during the worship service today, we had kind of a bare church, but we knew that the people were there. They're there in spirit. And we're all there in resistance to what's going on in the
now
society
they're using
today,
religion to incite more riots.
Our brothers, our sisters, our siblings.
Why he's not
fathers,
decrying?
Our mothers, our parents.
Shut up, priest, because you're not making fucking sense. Why are you preaching to these people and inciting these people instead of telling them, listen, this is not the way we should be doing this. There's other ways and methods that we could get our point across. We should not be harming anyone, especially the police. The police is not, because they're police, they're different. No, they're humans too. It so happens that they have some kind of authority and they are upholding the law. And it's so pitiful that they get a priest out here to talk. And I don't care what he has to say, to be honest with you. It's Sunday, it's the baby Jesus day, but it's not his day. It's not Frank's day. Let's go over to this over here. Let's check this out. This is coming out of the New York Post. Crazy Frank. If you're gonna preach peace. Unite, to unite and be peaceful and loving and harmony. Where's those words? No, you're preaching chaos and you're acting. This is ruckus. This is crazy. I mean, yeah, you have the right to protest, but you don't have the right to block the streets and cause all this craziness and Resist, resist. Fuck ICE. Look at the sign. Read the sign. Does that look peaceful sign? No. It's not peaceful. These people are holding the Mexican flag upside down. Great. Not good. Let's see what else we got here. They're setting up for something there. Let me see if I can find something on this side here. See what's going on. Like I said, I'm going to be jumping around, and this is how we do it. We jump around. Check out this side here. Let's see what they're saying here. I do have a better angle of this.
She needs it more than me.
Looks like the crowd's getting bigger.
Yeah, it is getting bigger. A lot bigger. I do have a bigger angle of this. Let me see if I can bring it up because I gotta find it. I got so many windows open right now, and I'm just going through them to find you the best angle. I hear a lot of noises. That's what I hear. This priest is not doing it for me. Okay, no. Don't listen to that. Now, this is the day the Democrats been praying for. They want a day of carnage. They want this. They want to make Trump look bad. Come over here. This is what's happening. And they are arresting people. You see, they are arresting people. That's somebody else there. They just arrest. Viewer discretion is advised. They're pushing back. Yeah, this is downtown LA. And it's looking very crazy. Is that the 101 freeway? Oh, this is a major artery. I hope they have enough zip ties and enough to grab these people. Okay, let me move this forward. Helicopter's going to get refill. Let me see if I could get a closer. Oh man, the helicopter's going in for maybe about shit. Come on. This is on BP Earthwatch. Let's come back over here. Let's see what's the chaos is over here. Yeah, I got some. Let's come back over here.
It's harder to run when you're sitting. It's impossible, actually.
What's going on downtown Los Angeles? We have reached
Yeah, the helicopter is getting refilled right now, so I'm not gonna have a helicopter feed yet.
back and forth. We're currently stuck in the middle. Subs and everything. Newspaper shirt. I have that one.
This is Carl. He
Oh
never really
man,
thought much.
stupid Twitch with their ads. And no ad blockers don't work on Twitch. Don't even say it, chat.
All right, let's get more camera angles here. And block this out, and let's listen in here. I think here's the police scanners, and also the people. You can see there's a lot of camera views. Pick which one you want to see. You know what? Let me put the chat on my phone so I can see it better. I gotta get the stands. Okay. That's that up. Damn, Rick, you can't prepare all the feeds. Yeah, I can't prepare. I'm not playing. I knew something was gonna happen. I felt it. I've been talking about it on my show for a good time now since I came back. I felt the energy. I said the next 2 weeks is gonna be very hyped. The energy is very high. I mentioned it. I said it many times. I think I'll be saw the show. He could be my witness. If you don't believe me, you got to go back and watch. And I was very accurate, very very accurate. And I hate to be right. I love to be wrong, but man, this is sad. This is really sad. And the fact that the world is watching us, the whole world is watching. This is an embarrassment. And the problem is, I guarantee you, a lot of these people that are here, majority of them, most likely are immigrants. Let me grab a stand for my phone. One thing, I have a question. Has the Netherlands, has they ever experienced anything like this in their country, where the immigrants are protesting the government? Let me go back and look at the chat. I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the chat because when I'm going through the feeds, I can't see on Streamyard the chat room. So I apologize in advance. Yeah, I don't care about these people neither. Okay, I saw that one. Yes, dog whistles. Yeah, they are dog whistles. And that priest is he's horrible priest if he's like okay with these riots. It's crazy. And no priest should be backing a riot for sure. My friend literally came back from LA a week ago. Oh man, your friend is literally lucky. Very lucky that they didn't have to go through this craziness. Yeah, that like all the pictures. If you want, you could pick point which one you want to see. Um, I on some of them I do have a closer view. The helicopter. It's not ready yet. I do have that channel here, but it's not ready yet. They're refueling, so that's gonna take some time to refuel. Um, but the chaos is real. The chaos is real. All these people, this has all been premeditated. You know that, right? This is not something that they came up together and just did. This is premeditated. This is pre-planned. They're here talking. Like I can come over here real quick, and you can see that they're giving interviews and they're talking to a small crowd of people. I can see here, this person. How many people are there? Maybe 20 people that are surrounding this individual. It should be shame on you, the people that are saying shame on you. You the one should be shamed. But you can see how she's talking. She's blah blah blah. She has her nose ring. She has to identify as a he, she, they, them, fuck face, and she in the weekends she thinks she's an elephant. Okay, so today is her elephant day, and she's very very wild, and she's reading off of a paper. You see, they give them a sheet of paper to read, and they tell them read off of this. You see, read off of this, and that's all they're doing. This is premeditated, pre-scripted. Do not believe what you see. Everything you see here is all insight. This is a very illegal assembly of individuals, and they all should be arrested, and they all should be taken to a detention center or to somewhere to get processed. And I say, listen, don't punish them with time, punish them with training. Train to become a soldier. Train to become a soldier where you could fight for our country. Since you want to stay here, right? You want to stay in America? You want to stay in the United States? You know what you need to do? Go to the armed forces, become a soldier, and fight for our country. I did. Why you do it? Why don't you go and sign up and fight for this country so that way you can stay here? Oh, you don't want to do that, right? You want to be lazy. You don't want to do nothing. You just want to cause cause chaos and get things free. You want free money, free rent, free food, free clothes. Listen, those days are over. Biden was asleep for 4 years. Trump has been awake for all that time. And trust me, Trump's back in office and he's not playing. And this is will get even worse because Trump is not going to back down. He won't back down and he does not care. So let's go ahead and come back over here and check out some of these feeds here. It's getting wild. It's I knew it was going to happen, and here we go. We have protests about things, but never once we were the immigrants demonstrating. No, yeah, it's crazy. We have football hooligans sometimes. Yeah, I saw that. It's the football. They take it serious out there. You see, there's a difference. Like 10,000 people, and it was peaceful. But do you think this is peaceful? What you're seeing on your screen right now? Does this right here? Does this look peaceful? Does that look peaceful? Helicopter is still being refilled at the moment, and I apologize for that because I don't have a helicopter from up. Let me see if I can you here. Okay, this side over here is pretty peaceful. And this channel, they're still inciting. Like, I can put the volume up, and you can check a look at this one here. Let's listen into what they're saying here. And there are those that get lost in the system. And here are a lot of countries where they come from refuse to take them back, so deporting is difficult too. Yeah, the United States is not playing that game. If they deport you, they're deporting you. LAPD has just, as of an hour ago, the city has for Los Angeles activated their tactical team. Just in right now, the FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a man seen on video throwing rocks at federal agents Saturday. And oh shit, yo, you guys want to make money? You want to get together and make some money? Yeah, no sound. That means I got to drop out and come back in on this one. Give me 1 second, and I'll fix it because this happened yesterday too. So give me a moment. Let me just clear it out. Let me take it out, and I'll share it again so we could see. Just give me 1 sec. I'll get it because this happened to me yesterday because it's overload on StreamYard, and I do have a lot of windows open and a lot of things going on at the same time. I'm multitasking to the max today. I'm Tang. I did yesterday, and I'm doing it again today. So here we go.
Riot shields. Of course,
are you able to hear now?
This another breaking news moment
Please
here
let
on
me
Live
know.
Now from Fox as we're following it in real time. More comments coming in right now from California Governor Gavin Newsom about the deployment.
Okay, how about now? Do you hear the video now?
National Guard troops to Los Angeles. I want
This
to
is
put this
back.
up here on Live Now from Fox.
Got it. Thank you,
I formally
Mutang.
request the Trump administration to
Lifesaver.
rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in the Los Angeles County and return them to my command. He said, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of sovereignty, inflaming tensions. So he said,
Gavin Newsom should be thrown in jail.
A statement saying President Trump issued a memorandum to the office entitled.
Okay, so let me pause it for a second because Gavin Newsom is a fucking idiot. Okay. So I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. Are you watching the fucking news, idiot? News scum. You have news in your name. Your name says news. Are you watching? if the fucking agents, if these, oh my God, if the National Guard do not show up, do you imagine these people overrunning your police department and overrunning the agents that are there? You're going to be causing more harm to innocent people and agents and police officers. Like who are the fuck you working for? Are you working for the people? Are you working for the secret society, the ones that controls the 1%? You get your commands from the Palpatine of the Dark Order of the United States? Like, what is your fucking purpose? Are you fucking stupid? Like, this Gavin Newsom is a fucking idiot. He's an idiot. He's not going to be governor next year. He can't run again for governor. He's going to be kicked out. He's going to want to try to run for presidency. I guarantee you it'll be the worst loss of your life. You will not become president, you scum.
Department of Homeland Security functions is a call
This is
to
pissing me
federal
off.
service members and units of the National Guard to temporarily protect ICE and other United States government personnel who are performing federal functions, including the enforcement of federal law
man. I
and
gotta
to
light
protect
up.
federal property.
This just
The
gave me
memorandum
like
further
it gave me
directs
hype.
actions as necessary for the Secretary of Defense to coordinate with governors of the states and National Guard Bureau in identifying and ordering into federal service the appropriate members and units of National Guard under this authority. So as we're watching this, I'm just going to put
Yo,
up
what's up, Doc?
more images
How you
from the
doing?
ground there as I read more of this statement.
We got
in full,
Moontang
saying
here.
last night,
We got
the,
everything going
General
on. The
of
world's going
California received
crazy
a
in LA.
memorandum office with the
LA
Secretary
is
calling for members of the
it's up to no
California
good
National Guard
right now.
into federal service, which states that 2,000 members of California National Guard will be called into federal service effective for the period of 60 days. Notably, this directive did not issue through the governor as required by Section 12406. The Department of Defense did not transmit the directive to the office of governor, nor was it approved ordered by the governor of California. This directive is also inconsistent with the president's memorandum, which anticipates coordination with the governors of states in identifying and ordering units of the National Guard into federal service. At present, law enforcement authorities from the city and county of Los Angeles are safeguarding public safety, and as demonstrated by the robust law enforcement response yesterday evening to protect federal facilities, local law enforcement resources sufficient to maintain order in dynamic and fluid situations such as the one in Los Angeles. State and local authorities are the most appropriate ones to evaluate the need for resources to safeguard life and property. Indeed, the decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders risks serious escalating the situation. There is currently no need for the National Guard to be deployed in Los Angeles, and to do so in this unlawful manner and for such a lengthy period of time is a serious breach of state sovereignty that seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly required. Accordingly, we ask that you immediately rescind your order and return the National Guard to its rightful control by the state of California to be deployed as appropriate when necessary. So those are some big comments from the governor of California as he's requested President Trump and the administration to pull
the National Guard. You know what they're going to pull? They're going to pull Gavin Newsom out of governor, and they're going to take him and arrest him.
Talking about this serious breach of state sovereignty, Governor Gavin Newsom says, seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly required. So that's some strong language here on Live Now from Fox as we're watching more protests.
Gavin Newsom better be very careful, because this could cause him to be resigned from his position. And not only that, but Karen Batts also. They are not doing anything to bring this under control. If the National Guard didn't come out, imagine all these people overrunning the city.
Effort made by the city of Los Angeles, an unlawful assembly order in place as
wild.
they will potentially detain people that are
Feeling
blocking
a little bit better under the
the
water,
different
but
areas. You can
I'm
see
good.
people potentially running.
Yeah,
as
get
more
better, man.
confrontations as
The
we're
energy is very
continuing to
weird
gather
lately.
this. Hopefully our Skyfox camera will be on the scene back there in just a matter of moments. Until then, let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break.
Okay, as they're gonna go to a break, we're gonna take it to another channel here, and keep it moving. Go to ABC7 over in LA, where we got above and below.
In downtown LA,
We'll listen to what they're
yesterday
saying
we
here.
saw unrest in the cities of Paramount and Compton. That began outside a Home Depot and a DHS facility where a crowd had gathered protesting actions of DHS and the Trump administration. That bled over across the river, across the 710 freeway into Compton, where a car was lit on fire. Windows were broken out. Law enforcement and fire officials were under assault from thrown projectiles throughout the night, but it was not an easy task, and it was a long and violent night in certain situations. Here come two LAPD, I believe, cruisers down the ramp, three cruisers now down the ramp, and we will see their reception. It is not going to be pleasant. Projectiles being thrown at their vehicles as they pass.
That's crazy.
Are they getting onto the freeway? Let's see if we can see from Air 7. Can we?
Oh, they're getting onto the freeway. Look.
Just made their way onto the
freeway. Oh, great.
Which side did that happen?
We got a whole bunch of
it was coming down that
rats
ramp right
in
there.
The freeway.
They would be to the
hey,
left.
let me tell you something.
You
better know how to play dodge the car, because with me,
do we see on the other side
my
of this
car doesn't have
overpass?
that much good brakes. And if
Maybe
you
they're
would get in my front of my car, I will run your ass over.
I'm not sure where they have gone, but at some point, Bruce, they are going to look to take control again of the 101 freeway, and it is going to be a difficult task.
101 freeway is being overtaken by
those cruisers. I'm not sure. Those look a little larger.
But this is peaceful.
How do you regain control of
the
101 freeway after a scene like this is playing out?
Well, Jory, you got a huge problem. Those were 3 CHV cruisers that were at the top of the ramp, but you've got hundreds of vehicles that are just stuck there. So to get resources to the problem,
this is going to be a big problem. I'm letting you know right now. It's going to be a horrible problem.
Miles and miles away,
I'm going to fix this
and
camera.
then they're going to have to come on the wrong side of the freeway, and they're going to have to take control of this. But it's going to take hundreds of officers, and that takes time. And meanwhile, you've got the freeway shut down, at least in the south end, and probably the north end.
And here we go. We see some officers on foot now making their way through the cars that have been backed up. And they are headed towards the front line of this to try and get people. You see one person clapping. I thought for a moment they might have been clapping at the officers moving in to clear this up, but it is they are. I think they might be clapping with the demonstrators. And was that bottle just thrown from the car? Okay.
Let them in.
I think the northbound side is back open again.
Lord.
Cars seem to be moving at speed. I'm not sure how that cleared off like that, but the 101 north is
Los
open.
Angeles.
At least a lane or two.
Hey, this could be part of GTA 6.
And we'll see once
they
those
could do some updates and add the riot.
The front of these cars, and now they are allowing cars to go through single file here. Is that an officer directing traffic, or is that a demonstrator? That just. I think that might just be a demonstrator who are now trying to get these cars out of there. I think they want to free people up and just take over the entire freeway, maybe on foot, and clear out these cars.
That's just weird. Why would they do
that's
that?
An interesting one. Bruce, I've never seen that before.
I have not seen that before, too, but I'm sure there are leaders in the group who don't want to inconvenience motorists, and they're like, hey, at least open up one lane. Let's get these cars out of here, and then we can shut down the freeway.
Yeah, oftentimes the point of this is civil unrest, to block the everyday execution of life in a city like this. That doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like they are going to allow these cars to clear out. And
I wonder where all those children are located.
Those cars.
800,000 children, that's a lot.
Want some space to deal with here, Bruce? I'm guessing, just to let the cars in front of them move out and then give them some free space to move in on these demonstrators?
Yeah, they're formulating a plan on what to
do.
do.
Where the hell are they?
One lane at least.
Whose basement are they sleeping in?
The demonstrators off to the side. It's a win-win for everybody. They get their civil unrest notifications. LAPD gets the freeway open, as CHV does, and the motorists are moving on their way.
Yeah, and once again, we feel sorry for that front line, those last cars who thought they were going to make it out of here, and now once again have to stop. I think if we can pan over to the left, are
Swear to
these
God, I
cars
would have
that are
ran them
backed up?
over.
They're
I
all
would have ran
making
them
their way out of
over.
there. Yeah. Okay. So they're
First of all, they shouldn't
cycling
be in the
down to
middle
a
of the
single.
highway.
No, they've been stopped once again.
I mean,
so
if you're going
whoever's
to play in
idea
the
it was to let
highway,
them
you're going to
through
get
has been
run over in the
overruled, it
highway.
looks like, and now they are being stopped by more demonstrators who are not allowing these cars to get through and out of there. And now there is a discussion between the
protesters
demonstrators,
get
and
into
they
a
are
car
once again being
and set
allowed
it on
to
fire
move through and out.
and
So
cause chaos.
it's never a single
So how is this
mindset
peaceful?
in a crowd like this, but these folks are being allowed to
Oh, definitely an inside
move
job,
out
Doc,
and
for
off
sure.
of the
The
101 freeway, get out of this little
Democrats
logjam.
right
That is
here,
not everybody who is stuck.
Democrat at
That is
play.
just the
This
front,
is
maybe 20 or
this
30
is
cars
part of a
who
dossier.
are,
Definitely part
some
of a
of them are
dossier.
being allowed and some of them are not.
They've
Looks like some
been
decision
wanting this
making
to
to go
happen,
in the crowd there.
especially with Trump.
We will see how this
And
plays
now
out.
they're
There is a
so
group
happy that it's
of
happening because
officers
now they
just
think
behind
they control
these
the
cars
narrative.
who are going to, I
But
think, wait until
they
the
got
cars that are
something
being
coming
allowed to
for
clear
them.
off, clear the way off the
And it's called
freeway,
the
and then we will
Marines.
see
And once the
how they
Marines are
plan to get
deployed,
these demonstrators off the
they
surface
will
of the
take
101
care of
freeway,
this real fast.
because
They're
they
not going to
have
use
now shut
non-lethal
down
weapons.
traffic
They
for
carry
some
lethal
time now,
weapons.
and those officers now headed the
And they
other way.
use
Curious
supersonic,
to see what the plan is going to be, Bruce. We'll see how it goes.
ultrasonic
Yeah, Jory, one of the things that always
frequencies
is mind-boggling
to
to me
move
is
the people
with
out
the
the way.
advent of
They have
social
these
media.
futuristic
I'm
weapons,
hoping they're putting out
and they will
things.
deploy it
Stay away from the
to
Hollywood freeway. Stay away from
get rid of these
Alameda.
people,
Stay
especially
away
on the
from
highway.
downtown LA. I would hope this is happening, but yet we see hundreds of cars driving down the street.
Yeah.
All these
Hopefully,
people should be
traffic
charged.
apps can help people as
Like,
well. That
they
you
can send
do
us
not want to
a
go
text
through this
message
area.
to
If
all
you
those
can
people
avoid
that are there
downtown,
because they know all
surface
these people are
streets
there by
and
their
the
cell
freeway,
phones.
avoid it
They
if
could be
you
sent a
can,
text
because
message.
it is
You just
it is
received
going to be a
fine
slog to get
of
through, and it's going to take some time. Back at the
$5,000
Roybal,
for
this is
participating
the intersection
in
of
an
Temple and Alameda.
like
The
a
crowd continues to be in the
non-authorized
midst of this,
assembly.
in the middle of this intersection. We do
Please
see that bike. I
dis-
think there were
please
two motorcycles
disperse,
down
and if you
on the
don't
line. That
leave
one remains
within
down
the
on
next
the ground. I think they
hour,
tried to
your
drag one
fine
away. I
doubles
did
to
not see how
$10,000.
these vehicles
Hey,
made their way
that's how you
into
hit
this
them. You hit them in
position.
the pocket. That
But
hurts.
that is a
You
motorcycle.
know, you think
Bruce,
all these
I
people
don't think
have
that's a law enforcement
$10,000 to just give up?
motorcycle, right? That's not
I don't
safe to
think
me.
so.
No, it was somebody's personal bike.
Yeah.
They took the driver into custody and the bike was left there.
Right. So now we see Alameda is blocked off if you're coming towards the view of this camera. Temple is blocked off to the left. And then if you travel up Alameda is where the view from Air 7 is now looking, the overpass of the 101 freeway. I don't see those officers on foot on the freeway as of right now, but it looks like traffic is still being held up. So the last few cars, the last few vehicles who were stuck in that little group are now making their way through. Santos, who is in Air 7 overhead. We now have two eyes in the sky on either side of your screen here, looking at two different locations. One at the 101 freeway, one back at the Federal Building. Gabe, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Dre, we're just getting overhead back on the freeway side, and I've been watching the pictures from our second Air 7 along with you guys, but also monitoring the radio traffic from LAPD and CHP. We have quite a multi-pronged situation here. You have the skirmish line near the Federal Building that LAPD has been working, and you have the situation on the freeway, which now CHP is getting involved in. And
this is my
CHP
thing.
Is helping
The
out
National
because
Guard
we
is
have
not
this
there
crowd
right now.
on the freeway on the
They're on hold.
Southbound. No, I think those are the
They're trying to show and demonstrate
of the 101
that
and,
LA
you have this
cannot
large
handle
crowd
this.
now on the freeway. In total,
And the last time I
LAPD
checked,
is, saying that at least
Los
the immediate
Angeles
size of the crowd here
is
is
part of
about
the United
3
States.
situation. And if Rob White's out
California
the shot
is
and
part of the
goes
United
to
States.
Alameda and Temple a little further down,
why
that's where
are we
other
acting
news,
so divided?
Air 7 was looking at where we
That's
saw those
the question.
motorcycles. We heard reports earlier that someone, not law enforcement, actually drove that motorcycle that we saw on the ground and a second motorcycle into the skirmish line. There are reports of officers that were injured in that. We did hear that those officers are in stable condition, have been stabilized, and they are being stabilized by EMTs at the scene here. So that's that situation that LAPD is working on. And then you have this situation that keeps kind of ebbing and flowing here with CHP figuring out what to do with these protesters now on the southbound lanes on the freeway. You have a couple of cars that were able to go through, and we'll see what happens from this point on, because there was that group of law enforcement that made
little quiet here because they're just talking up a storm. But I heard elephants, they've been making them eat coffee beans, and they would shit out the coffee beans, and the people would get it and wash them off and then grind them up and make coffee. And they said it's like the best coffee in the world. They're like saying a cup of coffee is worth like $500. I go, elephant shit coffee? Like, are you kidding me? Who would eat elephant shit coffee? I mean, there's people out there that are freaks that drink coffee. I don't drink coffee. I can't drink coffee. I get it puts me too much in an extreme of hyperness and not good for me. Ever since I was little, I couldn't drink coffee. But yeah, elephant shit coffee. It's crazy. Let's come back over here and bring up a story. Let me just set it up. Let's come back over here. Set this up here. I'm working hard. I'm sorry if it's not clear, but it's the best I could do right now. Let's listen in here. I'm sure President Trump is going to pop out and speak. So
about this, as about 300 National Guard troops were deployed to Los Angeles on Sunday on orders from the president following clashes between federal immigration authorities and protesters seeking to block the carrying out of deportations.
Poor people in those cars, if they needed to take a shit or a piss, they're screwed. Like, how are you gonna discharge yourself?
For people that are unaware,
especially if you have an emergency. I hope no one's pregnant on the highway. I hope there's no medical emergencies.
To rescind the request that the guard be removed. You can see
but
this
these
also
people
from the LA Central Division saying the traffic advisory now in effect on the freeway.
And it's not that bad. It can get even worse.
The 110
is
closed due to the demonstrators walking onto the freeway. Alameda is closed at the 101. Los Angeles Street is closed between First and the 101.
Freeway.
So again, this is the vantage point that we are looking at. If you are familiar with the area, hundreds of people, potentially into the thousands.
Man, these people are so lucky I don't live in LA.
Blocking basically,
because I would have ran those motherfuckers over.
Dangerous situation.
I would have ran them over.
Is advised as this protest
it's like, look, I'm
escalate.
sorry, I thought there were a bunch of speed bumps. Last time I checked, I was on the highway, and people are not supposed to be permitted on the highway.
Trying to usher some of these
and there's no hitchhiking. The last time I checked, you cannot hitchhike on the highway. So I ran them over for my safety. My fear,
right now,
but having a mob coming towards me drove me to push the gas all the way down to the pedal.
At this point, as a
push it all down to the metal.
Has been issued for the city of Los Angeles to potentially increase the amount of support.
Hell yeah, a big truck, like a monster truck.
We've heard from Gavin
Hell yeah.
saying that they're able to handle
get a monster
this
truck.
situation. The
get like a Bigfoot.
Law enforcement, local, city, and county are safeguarding public safety as
we'll make it like
law enforcement response yesterday evening
an
to protect
occult
federal facilities.
Truck.
Just coming in from Gavin Newsom here, just within the last.
Who put like the horns and
We do wanna
everything
take you
on the
out
truck.
Right now to comments made by President Trump, though, on his way to Camp David, talking
There's
about
Trump.
this deployment of the National Guard. Also asked about the Insurrectionist Act, in which potentially he could invoke, saying it, quote, depends. Let's take you out to these comments here. On
Yeah, I don't think this calls for Insurrection Act, but it is called for more servicemen.
Two for the price of one. We have Marco. And I said, come on, let's go see the fake news and enjoy ourselves. Get a couple of nice questions. How are you? Who would like to ask a question?
President, on California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. No, but you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
Mr. President, do you think if Democrats continue to side with illegal aliens over law enforcement, that they'll ever be able to win a national election again?
I love this guy. I think that is the great. Who are you with?
Breitbart News.
Great. It's a great group. Breitbart. Great group. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
CNN's Dana Bash suggesting that this wasn't a real riot in Los Angeles.
Is that what she said? I think it was a riot. I think it was very bad. It was covered really as a riot by almost everybody.
Yeah, I covered it.
What is the purpose of your meetings in Camp David in the next 24 hours?
We're going up to Camp David. We have meetings with various people about very major subjects. So we thought we'd go to Camp David.
I'm too sober for this. I'm out of medicine. That's fucked.
We'll be meeting with a lot of people, including generals, as you know. And
I definitely need it.
No. So we'll be meeting with military people and others.
Any foreign visitors at Camp David?
Even if you don't plan to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you plan to send troops to Los Angeles?
What?
Even if you're not planning
Yeah, I
to
agree on
invoke
that,
the
Doc.
Insurrection
He
Act,
did
do
give
you
him the
plan to
middle
send
finger.
troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere.
And Zelensky too. He gave Zelensky and Netanyahu the middle finger and told him to sit on it.
What's the bar for sending Marines to
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
Yeah, we have the big microphones over here.
We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure this is
Man,
law and order.
he is mafia, man. Trump is he's
Chicago, New York, for example.
I like how he has everything under control. Like he talks like under control.
When they spit at people, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit and worse. You know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military.
Now these people are going to start spitting on them because he said that.
Away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
What are the rules of engagement for federal troops?
We'll see what happens. If we think there's a serious insurrection or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important.
How would you define an insurrection?
You have to really just have to look at the site. You have to see what's happening. Last night in
this is not an insurrection. This is more
there was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence.
Yeah, last night was crazy. I covered it.
You have an incompetent government.
I got over 1,200. Yeah, 1,200 people watched my live yesterday, and I thank every single one of you for watching. Truly appreciate it, and please subscribe while you're at it because we need to build the numbers up.
That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question?
I took a whole year off, medical reasons.
Could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Poland may have suggested.
If they stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
All right, just listening in there to President Trump talking about this on the tarmac in Morristown.
They spit, we hit.
And of course, this comes in just the last few minutes as the Governor Gavin Newsom is saying he has formally requested President Trump and the administration rescind their unlawful deployment
Listen to this shit
in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. In his statement, he says, indeed, the decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders risks seriously escalating the situation. He also said to do so in this unlawful manner and for
He's a fucking idiot.
lengthy period of time is a serious breach of
He's an
state
idiot.
sovereignty that seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly required. Of course, this comes right now as we're watching this unfold from Los Angeles. The protesters continue to grow
Gavin
and
Newsom's
gather.
a
You can see the
fucking
police
idiot.
helicopter flying in front right now, and the amount of police on hand for this as they have blocked the 101
Thank you,
freeway
Moon-Tang.
there.
I feel like
near
as I'm getting
downtown
closer to
Los
death,
Angeles,
I'm
near
looking
the
younger.
Metropolitan Detention Center. You can see them.
I blame the
pushing back
cancer.
traffic. It is completely blocked. All
I
four
blame
lanes
cancer.
completely blocked on this Sunday here. We also have this vantage point right now on Live Now from Fox of those protesters on the highway. And
Go back on the
unsure
highway
of
here.
what's going on. These
Let
motorists
me
going through
change this to a better angle.
area of downtown on this Sunday, just about 4 o'clock local time. Potentially people trying to get off the highway right now.
I would run them over.
On the overpass
I
as
would
well.
run
We
them
spoke with law
over.
enforcement experts about
I was
that.
like, you know how to play Frogger?
Risk,
Okay,
danger
ready, set,
there
go.
in terms of what could
Because
happen.
I'm not
with
stopping,
motorists
bitch.
going underneath.
I am not stopping.
We've seen
Take a
objects
monster
tossed
truck
at law enforcement.
and
They're
throw
saying they will
fireworks from the
arrest or
monster
detain
truck, and you see how
individuals that
fast
throw
these people will
anything
run off
at
the
law
highway.
enforcement. So we're just watching this. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox. Downtown Los Angeles as anti-ICE demonstrators continue to clash with law enforcement.
I can totally see myself in a monster truck. Yeah. Yeah. Elon, I remember I always told you I never trusted that motherfucker. You guys are my witness. I told you guys before, Elon's a fucking piece of shit. I don't trust him. I never did, never will, never liked his energy. Yeah, he could be the richest man in the world. Doesn't mean I have to fucking like you. You know? I feel your energy, and it's not good. It's not good energy off of Elon. Yeah, I never trusted him. Fuck Elon.
Watching this unfold in real time, and potentially some fireworks being shot off.
Like fireworks are being shot. People are stuck in the fucking highway because these people want to block the highway.
You can see the exit there for the one.
If I was the police, I'll clear that bridge there and then start shooting some flashbangs at these people that are blocking the highway. And you'll see them run. They'll run. They run like roaches.
In downtown Los Angeles, so a busy day as we.
But they should continue running to Mexico.
Again, viewer
you know what I mean?
Is advised.
Just open the border.
Situation with those motorists coming and going.
And one way from the United States into Mexico, and then have them all run over there.
Throughout this weekend, this is day number 3 of these protests.
I mean, it's gonna take them a while because from Los Angeles to Mexico, that's a good little drive.
Different vehicles. We've seen different.
I've never been to San Diego,
the last several days,
but one day I will. I will go out there.
Let's give you a sense of the scope.
And I have a couple of places where I'm going to go.
This day number 3. As about 300 National Guard troops.
I put it on my bucket list.
Los Angeles on Sunday on orders from President Trump following clashes between federal immigration authorities and protesters seeking to block them from carrying out deportation operations.
And the reason why they're in this section over here and only in this part is because that's a federal building that is a detention center. And that's where they're holding, I think, 108 migrants that they picked up during these raids. And all these people that you see here have been activated through a device on their phones to assimilate, to cause this type of all this stuff you see right here is all premeditated. They got a message on their phones where to show up, at what time, and what to do. This is disgusting. And how I know this, because their mayor, their beautiful mayor, Karen Bass, mentioned it and said, yeah, a message was sent out to the community and to assemble. She said it herself. She incriminated herself. She should be thrown in jail.
Was fired at protesters in Los Angeles on Sunday. The confrontation broke out as hundreds of people protested there, where several of the newly arrived National Guard troops stood shoulder to shoulder behind plastic riot shields. The video showed.
Yeah, I agree, Doc. And then why the rush to go to Mars?
On the scene, so
you know what I mean.
Different vantage points. They're zooming.
Why he's so fascinated with Mars?
This other image we're getting, and you can see there different tactical gear. This is local and state law enforcement. No National Guard here in the picture. But
there's more people coming out to the highway.
Here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just listen in here briefly.
Oh man, this is turning into a shit show.
the honk of horns, the
It wasn't
sound
like
of
this
fireworks
yesterday.
being shot off,
Yesterday it
people
was
in the
not like this.
distance
It's a different.
chanting. Let's
Let's
listen in.
take a view from the top. Let's take a look from the helicopters. Let me see here where they're at. Okay, let's take a helicopter view. Let's go up above. Here we go. This is what we're seeing from ABC7 from LA. Protests in downtown LA amidst ICE raids. People blocking traffic on the 101 freeway. This is horrible. They look like ants. Oh, there's the police. There's the police. There's the police. Wow, that's a coincidence, huh? Not too coincidental. Yeah, we came from fucking Mars. I feel like we came from different parts of the universe. I believe humanity was brought here, not created here. Humanity was brought here, and they were put in different places throughout this planet. That's why you have people of different origins, different languages, different they're different. They look human, right? But they're not. They're from where they came from. Like the Chinese. Like the Chinese, you don't see that they're like regular humans. No, they look kind of alien like. And so the some Mexicans do, and people from other origins. They look very not from this planet. Yeah, we were dropped off here, man. I always believe we've been dropped off here. And I tell you right now, if they were looking at what's happening now, the ones that dropped off here is gonna be like, man, what the fuck? Our experiment is acting a little crazy here. How can we take care of this? Can we just blow up the planet and we just start over? Like, I'm pretty sure they have technology that they could blow us at any moment. They could send a very high frequency that causes the Earth to shatter into quadrillions, like pieces. Well, if you're looking at the sun and the position of the sun, I truly believe that's southbound. That they oh, they're bringing something down. What is this? What are they bringing? It's like they're gonna start a fire on the highway. What is that? Yeah, all these people should be arrested. Send them to Ukraine. It's okay. Russia's they got their hands full with Ukraine, but I mean Ukraine needs more help, right? They need more soldiers. They need some more people, right? I think all these people are voluntarily wanting to help and maybe fight to stay in the United States. Maybe they want to serve in the military and earn their right to live here in the United States. Earn your keep. Oh man. Yeah, this planet is beautiful. The people are just, ugh. They're the ones that make it not so enjoyable. But the planet is a beautiful planet. If it didn't have all these bridges and buildings and it was just all nature, it would look so like jungle like beautiful. But you got this right here. What's this? You got people on top. They're in the back of the truck there. Oh, look, they brought a banner. Trump must go now. Listen to this. Are you kidding me? How long did they take to make that sign? I wonder. Whose message is that? And what website are they promoting? Some fascism? Are they stupid? This is just ridiculous, man. LA up to no good. Compton was up to no good last night. It got crazy last night. Last night was like it was weird with the fire, and I wonder if they're gonna burn any cars tonight. Let's go over to let's listen to this guy's reporting because this is somebody else here. So let's go to this dude.
If that motorcyclist was just trying to do a wheelie, like turning around and lost all of the motorcycle, or if it was intentional. But several of those people who have been detained are right there behind us. Unclear what and whether they will be charged with any crime. But you can see this is what it's looked like for the past, I'd say, an hour or so. That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back. And using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they've fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at.
You know what? The police should be able to get rocks and throw it back at the people. I mean, if you throw it at the police, they should be able to throw it back at you. I'm like, fuck that.
That police skirmish line that you saw behind me started probably 400 yards back, almost at the one.
Right now, I used to be military.
I don't know if you can see, but the amount
do a lot of details
debris
and stuff,
and how far it goes back, all of what you're seeing.
You throw me a fucking rock, I'm gonna fucking throw you a brick.
By the LAPD, so a really
I don't care who I hit. Someone innocent is gonna get hit,
Obviously,
and it's
as
gonna
you
be
saw
like,
from
well,
the hundreds of
you shouldn't have
protesters
been
that are still
here.
It's probably not going to end anytime soon, Jory.
Yeah, we watched that. We watched that line be pushed back.
And I don't think
down
I'll use
Alameda and saw a
non-lethal.
near constant volley of those non-lethals at
I mean,
protesters.
do they use non-lethal in Iraq
federalized
and
National
Iran
Guardsmen
and
women
India
guarding
and
the entrance
Pakistan?
to
Do
the
they
federal
use
building. Are they
non-lethal?
still
I
there? Can
truly
you tell if they're
don't
still
believe
on
they
scene
use
from your
non-lethal.
vantage point?
Where's the water cannons? I don't see the water
believe that they are.
cannons.
The last time when we got pushed back, they were here. I would be shocked if they left. So, you know, it was federal.
Where's the
law
pepper spray,
enforcement plus California
the pepper
National
balls
Guard. I would
that
say
they
a
could
pretty fair
disperse
mix. One of the
into
things
that crowd?
surprised me, Jory,
The tear
was
gas they could
right
throw
front
there,
center,
and they could
on the
disperse
second
all
story,
this.
near the
I don't know
shrubbery
why they're
was,
not.
a sniper. It looked
They're
like
letting
a
it happen.
federal,
I feel like they're just
law
letting this
enforcement
happen
officer. But
for
a sniper
visual.
was right
This is all
there.
visual. It's
So
eye
far, I mean,
candy.
at that point,
This
it
is
seemed
what
like
the
a very peaceful
Democrats are just
demonstration.
pleasuring themselves
Law
with.
enforcement had deployed some
They're going to
sort
bed
of less than
tonight
lethal,
watching
perhaps
this
some
and
pepper
pleasuring
spray,
themselves.
and certainly some
It's disgusting.
flashbangs. But what happened here
Democrats
was a
are
step above.
horrible
That was
people.
different. We saw some really significant
I can't
physical
believe
interactions
how far
between
down the
LAPD
totem pole they have
and these
gone.
protesters.
It's
The
just
size of the
disgusting.
rocks and projectiles, I'm going to see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were holed at police. So this is something that I haven't seen quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense, much more calm at the moment. But what's unclear right now, Jory, is how this thing ends.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thanks. You've covered a lot of these. You know them pretty well. When you say that it's something that you haven't seen before, that is certainly saying something. And we have said that these officers and these vehicles have been under assault.
I don't know if I just lost you on the...
Yeah, that is not overstating the case. Matt Gutman from ABC News on the ground, and we appreciate his reports, and we'll continue to check in with what he is seeing down there on the ground as much as we can. Again, we say these officers are under assault, under attack. That is accurate. Every time we see a vehicle move in, reinforcements be moved in, they are assaulted. They are have projectiles thrown at them. We saw the back window of a Chevy Suburban shattered on live television as they were moving in to that scene. Back to the 101 freeway.
ABC, are you crazy?
From where Matt is doing that reporting.
Don't you belong to like Disney?
To maintain
Don't say
their
that.
position on
Say
the
this
southbound
peaceful.
101 freeway.
Read the teleprompter.
It looks like there are some people now on the northbound side. One or two people have
Now
jumped
people are
the
going over
barrier
to the
and are
northbound
now
side.
on the northbound
Great.
side, which I think has now been shut down. Let's go to Gabe Santos.
Oh, someone's
in Air
throwing
7.
fireworks
we see
or
no
something.
vehicular traffic on the northbound. It looks like those
Oh, no.
officers, CHP, might be moving in right now.
They
on the
throwing tear
southbound side
gas?
as well.
Yeah, well.
Oh yeah, they're throwing something.
It looks like two things happened here. You had CHP move in on the other side. You have
don't
flashbang
know.
grenades going off.
Those are
Possible
flashbangs.
other less than lethal fire going
Yeah,
off
those are
right now. Looks
flashbangs.
like
They're
tear
throwing it
gas
in the
canisters
air.
as well. But as far as the freeway is concerned, I'm not sure what happened first.
But
If
why
there
they
were,
don't?
individuals that made their way onto the northbound lanes of the 101, or if CHP actually blocks traffic on the 101 first, because I see a little further back, we don't have to zoom in on it right now, but a little further back on the 101's on the, if we go a little south from here, there's a CHP unit that's actually blocking traffic right near an exit. So it's directing traffic to get off the freeway a little bit further back. And then,
turned around and going.
They turn them around.
The camera back
Turning
that way.
right around.
Wow.
Yeah.
They turning the people around.
Los Angeles Street Bridge, those CHP units are spanning now both sides of the freeway. So you have CHP officers in SWAT gear on both sides of the freeway, and you had for a time some protesters climb the barrier there and get on those other lanes, but then it looks like they have now cleared and kept themselves to one side of traffic. So I'm not sure if that was an intentional decision on CHP to shut down both lanes of traffic. Going out on a limb here, I would imagine that's because CHP eventually, when they do decide to make a move and possibly
That looks like
move
fireworks.
forward on these protesters and get them to get off the freeway, they don't want the danger of anybody jumping onto the other side and getting hit by a car. So that may be the tactic that CHP is using in terms of blocking both sides of the freeway now to get their officers on both sides of the freeway and maybe make a move here to clear the freeway.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want your officers at risk of vehicular traffic when you make your move.
See, Trump
we
must
still have
go
Bruce Thomas on the line. I do
now.
want to ask him. We see this group of CHP officers gathered beneath the overpass.
Refuse
I honestly think
fascism?
I think I know why, but if Bruce
I
could
think that's
just
what it
talk
said.
about
Oh, there's the
whether
police.
they are under there
Here come the
gathering
police.
to protect themselves from the crowd that
Here
is watching
come
from
the
above
police.
and the side, so they
Here
don't
they
get hit
come.
by anything from above.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They're seeking
Oh,
shelter
shit.
underneath the freeway
Here come the
until they decide
police.
they want to move forward. Because one of the biggest concerns is you have people on the overpass, which we've seen them throwing objects at law enforcement. So they do want to protect themselves because all they have to protect themselves is a riot helmet with a face shield. So I'm sure there are some people on an overwatch situation.
Yeah. So here we have two groups.
How come
you
Gavin
think
Newsom
about
is
as we
not
see this
calling for
confrontation
help
set to take place, the
to help
backgrounds
assist here?
of both of these groups. You have
Where's the governor?
demonstrators who feel
Where's the
like law
mayor? Where's
enforcement
Karen?
has invaded their community and taken away members
Karen's
of their
in the
community,
bathroom
sometimes
pleasuring
members of their
herself,
family. And on
watching
the other
to
side, you have law
ABC7.
enforcement who likely
She's
got
like,
into
"Oh
this
my
profession
goodness."
to help people, keep them safe, and suddenly find themselves at odds and doing their job with the people they are tasked with protecting. It's a tough situation. You understand the motivations from both sides, but again, you hope we're not pitting citizens of our city against each other, but here we are. The LAPD, CHP, local law enforcement is tasked with maintaining peace and order, and here once again on the streets of Los
They have
Angeles
it.
and the freeways moving
You
through
know,
Los
the
Angeles, we have
ultrasonic
disorder
weapon
and
that they
unrest
use, they
as
send them out
demonstrations have
and
now
it sends out a
stretched into
signal.
day
and it'll
in
make
Los
you shit in
Angeles.
yourself. I
All
talked
of
about
it
this yesterday.
against the movements of ICE
It's a
and
signal that they
DHS and
release,
the Trump
and it'll make
administration
you piss
against the
and
immigrant
shit on
community
yourself
here in Los
if you
Angeles
don't
and Southern
move,
California. We
and it
saw
makes you
unrest
very
in San
sick
Diego
to the
this
point that you're
weekend. We
vomiting.
saw unrest in Washington,
Like,
D.C.
it's crazy the
in New
weaponry
York City.
that
This is happening
we
across the
have,
country
and
as President Trump
if
is
it gets
trying
any
to
worse
fulfill
than
his
what it is,
promise
they're gonna have
to go
to,
after
you
those
know,
in this country
take out
illegally. Some in his administration
that
say
type
they
of
are going
weapons
after
and
the
use it against
dangerous elements, those who have
these
committed
people,
crimes,
because I can't
those
say
who
they're
pose a threat,
Americans
who are
because
violent, who are members of
they got an
gangs.
American
I
upside
think it's
down
safe to say
American flag,
everyone
which
in
is a
society
distress
wants to see those
signal.
people gone, not on the streets in any,
See a lot of
whether they're
Mexican
immigration or not.
flags
We
and
don't want
flags
violent
from
gang
different
members. Nobody
countries,
does.
but not so much
The
American.
criticisms that have come is that people who are
Now you
not
got people
violent
trying to cross
have
over
been
to
swept up in
the
this. There are
northbound
people who
lane.
are
I
residents,
guess those are
legal residents
photographers,
of the United
maybe,
States
that
who
are
have been
trying to take
swept up in
pictures.
this. There are citizens of the United States who have been swept up in this. Some of them sent out of the country to supermax prisons overseas and struggling to get back. And so there is this push-pull. There are people in the administration, Stephen Miller, chief among them, who have said they want to see every single person in this country without permission to be taken out, and they do so with violent warlike tactics, moving in with weapons of war against people we saw in the garment district this weekend in Los Angeles, from day laborers at Home Depot. And so there are it's never as
we have water
clear-cut
cannons.
as
I
just
know they
simply
have.
people are committing
I'm
crimes
surprised that
we
they
take
don't
them out of this
equip
country. It's
their
the methods, it's
helicopters
who you're
with
targeting, and that is where a lot of
able to
this
throw
ire has been
canisters
drawn by some of
above,
these demonstrators.
like tear
But
gas
again,
and so forth.
even in California and Los
This guy
Angeles,
in a little
elected
scooter
officials are
driving
saying
on the
we do
highway,
not condone violence. We heard that from Mayor Bass. We hear that now from
letting
Governor
him just go
Newsom.
by.
We hear that from members of Congress and elected officials
wild.
and law enforcement. Nobody is condoning the violence or the assaults on officials, be it local or federal, and that is where some of these problems have been arising over the last 3 days, as this is now,
Be a lot of
again,
people
day
going back to
3
Mexico.
of unrest in Los Angeles. ICE, through a spokesperson, has put out a statement today. I'm going to read it to you here. It is long, but I'll read you the initial statement. It says, quote, irresponsible politicians continue to push dangerous and misleading
What I
rhetoric
would
that
do,
puts
I would
communities
spray
and
them
law
with water
enforcement at risk.
and just
Even the
put a
LAPD
cable, put
referred to
electricity on
violent
it,
riots
and let them
yesterday
get
as,
shocked.
quote, peaceful protests. It continues. Americans
It'll
can
be,
look at the
it'll be
videos,
kind of
images, and see with their
non-lethal,
own
but
eyes
it would
that they are
be
dangerous, not
a very
peaceful.
shocking
It
experience.
continues. ICE and its federal partners are
Looks
doing
like
their
they're
job,
arresting somebody
enforcing
here.
immigration law and removing criminal aliens from Los Angeles
Oh
communities.
shit, they are
We have
arresting
arrested a
people are throwing
domestic
stuff
abuser
at
who
them.
assaulted someone with a firearm and a child rapist. In defense of
Did
these
they get the
heinous
scooter
criminals,
guy?
masked rioters have made it their mission to injure and maim federal law enforcement officials. Make no
I
mistake,
wonder if that was the
rioters
scooter guy.
committing crimes will be arrested and
Well,
held
it
accountable.
was a scooter. Yeah,
Let's
it
go
is.
back to the
Look,
situation
here's
on the
the
101
scooter
freeway. It
thing.
looks like the scooter that one person had been
That's
using
it.
to ride
They
up
did
and
get
down,
him.
kind of taunting that line of CHP officers in tactical gear, has now been
Oh
taken into
shit!
custody.
Now these
The
people are
scooter
throwing
was just
stuff
dragged out of the way,
from the
and
highway,
that person
or
is
from
now
the
face
bridge.
down on the pavement, being placed into handcuffs. The rest of the crowd, this is on the northbound side. This
That's
is where
not
this
enough
group of
police.
officers is
Look at the
lining
amount
up
of police that they
and
have
moving
there,
their way
and look at the
down.
crowd, how big.
And you can see some
They
folks on the other side, the
outnumber the
demonstrators lining
police.
up in front of the Jersey
If
barrier,
those people really wanted to, they
confronting
could rush
them
the
as
police
well. There's
officers
a large
and
crowd
they could
behind
take over
them,
those police
and
officers.
vehicular traffic does appear to be
Like strength by
moving on.
numbers, right?
No, that is the
You
side
want
street.
that to
My
happen? You want all
apologies.
these
That is
people to
up
rush the
above.
police?
I believe Aliso, overlooking the
They
101
can
freeway.
overtake the
But here we
police.
go. So officers from the CHP
The
are now
officers are
moving
usually
in.
non-lethal.
There is now officially a skirmish
So-
line on the southbound 101 freeway, and they want to get these demonstrators off the freeway surface. It appears as if they don't have to exert much pressure on these officers, on these demonstrators, as they are backing up. Unhappily, it seems, we see one gentleman there in black who is shouting at them, or woman,
American flag, the
demonstrator
guy
in
with the
black who
American
is
flag.
shouting at them.
Just
Going
grab
back
them and
forth,
arrest them.
very agitated, very animated.
Arrest
But that
them.
group is now slowly backing up. They are going to be have to be turned around, backed up, and turned around to go back up the on-ramp to get them off the surface of the 101. Gabe Santos is viewing all this from Air 7. Let's go back up to Air 7 and see what you're seeing from up there, Gabe.
not enough police.
Yeah, having the luxury of having this airborne view of this situation, you can really kind of see what CHP is trying to do. They have made a coordinated attempt of shutting down both sides of the freeway. And as more resources got onto the scene, they have a call out to all of CHP, basically. So they're sending anybody and everybody that is available to come to the downtown area and help quell the scene here now that it has spilled onto the freeway. So CHP now, they have closed both sides of the 101 freeway at Los Angeles Street. And we saw that line of officers start to make their way down the southbound lanes of the 101. And it looks as if they are trying to make a circle, or at least a semicircle, around some of these protesters, so that they are not just pushing them back and pushing them further up.
And now we got the scooter guy that got
They're trying to get
arrested.
these people off of the freeway. And you
I
even
wonder who
saw
else they're
somebody
gonna
on a
grab.
scooter that was possibly taunting officers that eventually maybe got a little too close to an officer, or maybe came close to striking an officer with that scooter. They were immediately taken into custody. So CHP not taking any chances with anybody, and they are slowly and methodically pushing these protesters. The idea is off the freeway as more resources get to the scene here, and we're going to see that start to develop, as you see right there. Groups of about 10 or so CHP officers in full riot gear moving down. Those are going to be the northbound lanes of the 101 freeway, and they're making this line around the group of protesters that we see there. And then slowly and methodically, you see this line of officers on the northbound side. Excuse me, those are the southbound lanes, but those protesters are facing north. You see those officers there very slowly and methodically pushing that line of protesters hopefully off the freeway and onto surface streets.
Yeah, thank you, Gabe. Let's bring back in Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert.
Deal with the consequences.
It seems like they are just taking one step at a time, Bruce, slowly pushing back on this group of demonstrators. I don't think they want to start anything, get too violent, go too fast. They are slowly, methodically making their way to clear the surface. We saw yet another flashbang go off above this crowd. But talk to me about what the mindset is of these CHP officers as they are now face to face with these demonstrators. They want to get them off the surface, but they don't want to start any violent confrontation.
You're 100% correct, Jory. What they're doing is they're negotiating. Look, you made your point. We've got to open this freeway up. We're going to use a skirmish line to slowly, very slowly, push you back off the freeway. We don't want to use force. We don't want to take anybody to jail, but we want you to comply with our request.
Yeah, and it does seem to be effective right now. We have not seen the necessity for batons. We see some pushback here. It looks like some folks are just kind of dead weighting their bodies up against this crowd, forcing those officers to push them back. But they are moving back. They are locked arms now, arm in arm, and don't want to be removed, but they are slowly pushing back. So the officers will take a couple steps, gain that line, reset, move forward again, and hopefully they start any confrontation again. All of this is playing out on the streets of Los Angeles. We are awaiting of this city. Karen Bass is set to address her city any moment now. We were told around 4:30 was the time to get ready for her to speak. We have not heard from her as of yet, but we are awaiting word from the mayor, again, excuse me, in direct confrontation with the federal government. President Trump kind of name-checked her personally last night on his Truth Social outlet, his social media outlet, writing, this is last night, if Governor Gavin Newsom, that's a favorite of the president to write it that way, of California, and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't, then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved. So he's saying the problem was riots and looters. Said it will be solved the way it should be solved. He was also recorded on camera today at a press briefing being asked about a couple things with what's playing out here. Rules of engagement for the National Guard's members who are now federalized under his control on the streets of Los Angeles, what their rules of engagement. They're carrying around, these soldiers can be inserted into war, and so they're carrying the weaponry as such. Against citizens of Los Angeles, what the rules would be for them to employ those deadly means. The president just said, we want to keep peace. He was asked about the proclamation that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put onto media, saying if the violence continued, then members of the U.S. Marines would be deployed against U.S. citizens. That can surface of the 101. And let's go back up to Gabe. Those demonstrators now kicking that smoke bomb back towards the officers. It's like a macabre game of soccer with this thing right now. But they are making a move trying to get these folks off the freeway.
Yeah, that's, I can honestly say I've never seen a soccer game between protesters. Oh, that is one protester being taken into custody. One of those CHP officers got behind him as he was going in for that kick, and just pretty much tackled him. And that's what CHP is doing here.
And now it costs him.
That soccer
How long
game
he's
going
gonna
on
be
with
serving
this
in jail?
Tear gas canister going back and forth as those CHP officers try and kick it back into the crowd, and then the crowd kicks it back. You're seeing CHP kind of slowly pick off some of these protesters that get a little too close or get a little too
See if we can get a little bit on the
aggressive
ground.
in their movements.
I do have a
and
video
there
here
you
off the
see another
ground
CHP
here.
officer again kicking that canister in.
I'm gonna be going back and forth because you got people on the ground that are live on here, and the police also. So
Some of those CHP officers might pick him off as well, and that's going to be the process. You saw that skirmish line that was on the opposite line of the freeway. It has now crossed over the center median, and they are doing this very
they're gonna get this kid, the one that's with the American flag, that closing in on them. Oh, there they go. They're grabbing people.
You see someone else.
They're grabbing people.
Yep,
that's
someone
it.
else being taken into custody right there, and very quickly. And
They're grabbing them. Look.
Okay, it looks like another CHP officer grabbing another fellow officer there. Probably got a little too close for comfort. But you can
they're gonna start arresting all these people.
Different the picture looks
Handcuff
than
them?
what it did 10 minutes ago. Earlier, you had a very wide semicircle of these
Sit 'em
CHP
on the
officers, and
ground.
now they're narrowing in. They're pushing all of the protesters off of the freeway, which is the goal.
Yeah.
And they are doing this in pretty quick order. And anybody who is getting a little bit too close or a little too aggressive,
They're
just
grabbing
picking them off and arresting them right then and there.
Yeah,
and this is all part of the plan.
One by one. Gabe, thank you. I want to bring in Sergeant
Wow.
Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, who joins us on the phone watching.
Not for
the
nothing, but they're
CHP
doing a great
execute this
job
clearing of
of
the
moving
101
these
freeway.
people back
Sergeant, thank you for joining us.
and
Can you
arresting
talk
these
about
people.
what's happening right now on the 101?
Yes, sir. Right now, we currently have our CHP Special Response Team that responded to the area to assist with getting the protesters off the freeway.
How to correct
accessing state highways, it's dangerous. It's not the right spot for a protest. And it puts the protesters, the motorists, and our officers at risk. And we are going to move to get them off the freeway and make arrests. If officers start to take objects and are getting hurt, or other people are getting hurt, it's not going to be tolerated.
Yeah, and we have seen that several times now, these officers coming under attack and taking several people into custody. Can you tell us a little bit about the training in situations like this? We have seen tremendous restraint from a lot of these officers who have been under attack for much of this day, facing these people off who are screaming at them, throwing things at them, and yet maintaining control and trying to de-escalate. How important that is and what you're seeing in terms of execution of that training.
Yes, our special response team goes through additional training, and we are put through situations like this. And this is what separates us is the professionalism. We're going to stay calm in these situations and use the appropriate amount of force when necessary to effect an arrest if we have to. But we fully support everyone being able to voice their First Amendment rights in the right location. And we will support that. But on the freeway is not the spot for it.
And we're seeing it play out once again, another person taken into custody. A lot of times in these situations, we see unified command go into effect. Has that happened? And how does the presence of National Guard troops who have been federalized kind of change that, that as it plays out here today?
The CHP is always prepared for mutual aid to other law enforcement when it's needed. And that's just what we go based off. We are the state police. So if there's other areas that need help,
2 in the morning? Damn, it's so early.
If it is requested,
Well, if you fall asleep, have a good night.
Sergeant, can you
I'm
tell
here
me
for
how
the next
it's going to play out tonight?
few more
once
hours.
these protesters, these
Actually,
demonstrators are taken off
I'll be here for
the
a lot.
freeway. How it's
I'll
going
be
to
here
be
till
ensured
like
that they won't make
midnight,
their way
probably
back onto the freeway tonight? Will
11,
that
12.
be CHP? Will that be local
Can't
once you
stand
get
to
off
like
the
because I
freeway,
got
turns back to city's jurisdiction?
therapy in the morning, physical therapy.
It's going to be both. It's a fluid situation. CHP
But I'm
is
glad
there.
that they're
We are
arresting
going
these
to protect
people
any state facility
and not just
and our
letting them
roads
get
and
away
our
with
highways.
it because these people are going to be
If
facing
anyone attempts to take over the freeway,
time.
we're going to take swift action to get those roadways
Yeah.
back open and keep everyone
Stupid
safe
games.
to
Well,
continue
you're gonna
on
get
with our
a
mission
stupid
of
reward,
providing safety, service, and security.
and you're
Yeah,
gonna
I know
get
this operation has only been happening for a little bit.
a
Have
nice
you
little
seen any reports
fine
of
and
injuries from
jail
any of your
time.
officers from anything today?
I don't have those numbers right now, if there was any.
Yeah, I
but
agree, Doc.
There's always that possibility that officers may get injured, and we hope to prevent that. We hope
I
that
need to
people
get
do not
active
throw
again on
items
Discord.
at our officers, and that it's just done peacefully, and they go to areas that they can voice their opinions in the right spots.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
saying this
Sergeant
is
Daniel Keene
history.
with the California Highway Patrol. Thank you so much for helping us
All right,
out
thank
here.
you.
Thank you. I know it's a busy day for CHP, law enforcement in general, as once again we are seeing people take to the streets of downtown Los Angeles. This is now day 3 of unrest in our city. We are
Thank
awaiting
you.
word
Yeah,
from
tomorrow
LA
should
Mayor
be
Karen
good.
Bass.
It's
She's set to hold a press
I have
briefing at
to
any
do
moment.
aquatic
We were told
therapy.
it was set to happen at the bottom of the hour, and we are approaching 15 minutes.
Oh, look, the
past
drone. They got
that
a drone.
point. And we will see what she has to say. But, you know,
I wonder if that
anytime
drone
the
is a
mayor
legal
at this
drone
point is now going
or
to
it's
step in
illegal.
front of a camera. We will likely see her side by side with, you know, smoke bombs and unrest and
Damn,
flashbangs
these people
and
are so
arrests
stupid.
and,
Now they're
and
gonna go to jail
officers
for,
under attack.
like,
So no
it's
matter what the
stupid.
mayor says, this is all playing out under her watch, which has been a point of focus
So
for the
stupid.
president and those who work in his administration, saying she
You know,
is
all these
unable
police
to maintain
officers right now
control
are
in this city.
under
I'm sure she will
President
be
Trump
asked about that
control.
tonight when she speaks
Gavin
to the media,
Newsom
if
has
it's
no
opened up
control
to
right now.
questions
He is
about
not controlled
why and
because
how
now
this
these
was able to
officers are
happen in
federal
her city.
officers,
These are thousands of
and
people, so
Trump is
obviously
under
only so
their
much can be
control,
done, and
not
demonstrations are
Gavin
a
Newsom.
vital part of our country. Protest is protected by our Constitution, and it should happen. But obviously, it should
Yeah,
not
man.
turn to
Yeah,
violence.
they are
And,
criminals, man.
and that has happened several times in several different locations here today. So as we await word from the mayor, we are watching the California Highway Patrol slowly push these demonstrators back up
Damn,
the
that's a lot of
on-ramp
people. That's a lot of people
from
to
the
push.
surface of the 101 freeway southbound.
Push
And
them
they are
back.
being hit with
Yeah, spray them.
pepper
Spray those
spray and
motherfuckers.
smoke bombs and flashbangs as they want to get these people back off
The highway.
of the roadway, the 101, and the on-ramp.
Yeah,
Gabe
because they got to
Santos,
open it back
Gabe
up. That's
Santos
a
has
main
been watching
artery.
this from overhead from Air 7
101
and
is a
has an
major
eagle eye of
artery.
what is playing out because that crowd is now gathering pretty thick on the on-ramp, Gabe.
Yeah, Jory, and that's kind of what CHP was intending on doing. This is the CHP Special Response Team, and they are trained in these SWAT tactics and tactics on dealing with civil unrest and the like. And you know, we've all seen
Hit the like
protests
button.
through
Hit the like
years
button.
that,
Subscribe.
involve people blocking freeways, and they often
I need to
last a
reach
lot longer
500.
than what we've seen here
I'm gonna
today.
give
We've
away
seen a
some
very
tarot
quick
tarot
response
cards
from
when I
the
hit
CHP,
500.
again, specifically the Special Response Team. They arrived here quickly, and they very quickly, as we saw, made that half circle
Two
around
decks
these
to give away
protesters
and
and
two
slowly
candles
and methodically
to give away.
kept walking forward and pushing these protesters
Oh, we got
using
to reach
smoke
500
canisters
subscribers, and then
further up this off-ramp and back onto surface streets.
we got to
So
reach
ideally,
1,000.
CHP will
Try to
get
get
the
it to
freeway open
1,000.
in pretty short order because there's this is Los Angeles. A lot of people are on these freeways on a Sunday afternoon. So that is the goal, to get these freeways open and take on the protesters from there, because LAPD is also dealing with the other side of these protests near the federal building.
Hey, Gabe, I do want to alert everybody as we wait to hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass that I know a lot of people are turning on Channel 7 on this Sunday, waiting for Game 2 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers and the Thunder. That is going to happen at the top of the
Nobody
hour.
cares about the Pacers and the Thunder. Nobody even watches the game. They hit a record low for
on our
viewing
ABC7 Los Angeles
of
app. You can
any
stream
finals
on our
game
website,
ever.
abc7.com, and you can find
They have
us
the
on
lowest
social media
ratings.
and make your way to our
Nobody
stream
wanna watch
as
that
well.
shit.
So again, abc7.com/live
Basketball is all
will
rigged
get you
anyways.
coverage of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles as we continue to follow the unrest and the demonstrations that has been playing out here for the last 3 days. Thousands of people converging on downtown Los Angeles. It began as several different demonstrations, all gathering into one large mass, which has once again broken up into several locations,
like locusts.
both at the federal building,
They're
which is where the bulk
eating
of
and
the
destroying
activity we
everything.
have seen this weekend, 3 straight days.
I mentioned that
happening
yesterday.
at that federal building at Alameda and Temple. This, however, is happening at, I believe it says Spring Street and the 101 freeway, and the Los Angeles Street overpass is one overpass down. So there are people on both, looks like 3 different overpasses watching what has played out here. Demonstrators taking over the 101 freeway. We see CHP officers right there on the right side of your screen in tactical gear. They are continuing to face attacks from above. Projectiles continue to be thrown at them, and they are responding with flashbangs, trying to disperse that crowd. A large plume of smoke emerging from that crowd as these officers are doing their best to get these folks off of the road surface. On the left side of your screen is a live look from Air 7. It looks like things might have stalled a little bit. The CHP officers
for
have
my
slowly
phone,
marched
so I
these
could
people
attach it to
off
the desk,
roadway,
so I could have it in
up the
front of me,
on-ramp,
so I
and
could
it
see
looks like they have
the chat.
slowed to a crawl here as the large
I have
crowd
it
is
here.
gathered behind that skirmish
I'll show you
line.
quick.
It's
Let me,
tough to get that many people to move in a direction which they don't want to go.
Getting a little dizzy here with this guy talking. We're gonna see some other channels in a moment, but I need to get a. I saw it on Amazon. Let me see if I have it here real quick. I didn't even get the name of it. It's like a rig, but it's a mount. It's a foam mount. It's like but you clamp it to the desk. Like with my desk, you could clamp it, and then I could maneuver it and put it like maybe right here, so I could see the chat closer. Because what I'm looking at my television here. It's fucking huge, but I still can't. It's 12 feet away from me, and I'm wearing my glasses to see it, and it kind of strains my eyes a bit. So that's why I use my phone to see the chat room, like to see the chat. So I put it like right here in front of me. But I put this box. This is the candle, so I'm putting it like on top of it, so I could see it like at a level that I don't strain my neck, like pushing down because my neck hurts. So I need to buy that. Rig, and they're not cheap. They're into like $30. Like a really really good one is they're in the 30s, mid $35 for a mount. But let's go ahead and go back to the chaos and see a couple of networks around that's broadcasting from the same location, and it's getting interesting. I wonder how it's going to be later on. It's going to get wild. So let's go and let's come around this side. Let's check this one out, which is live now from Fox. Let me put the volume up on here so we could hear what they're talking about. They're using flashbangs. It sounds like war. It sounds like we're at war. I'm getting popcorn. I was thinking about getting me a treat too, because I'm like, I'm being entertained, but I want something, a sweet treat. I want some rice pudding. I got rice pudding, so I love rice pudding. It's my favorite, one of my favorite like guilty trips, like very guilty treats is rice pudding. I'm still looking for someone that makes like banging rice pudding. I don't make it because I'm just lazy when it comes to like cooking that type of stuff. I'm not. It doesn't fascinate me doing, but if somebody else knows how to do it, sure, look it up. Get it there, right? Get it there, right? Get it there, right? They wanna take you. They wanna take you. They wanna take you. They wanna take you. You want me to translate? Because I could translate. Let's go ahead and change this here so you guys can see. Yeah, you guys see. The audio might be out on it again, so let me take it out and then put it back on. We just had this earlier, so let's stop sharing and share again. It'll be quick. There we go.
To the arrest. So just following this, we're still waiting on Mayor Karen Bass to step to the microphone, talk about what's coming up. But you can see protesters being led away.
Yeah, it's YouTube. It's StreamYard. So I think I fixed it.
Deployed to this region. We've heard from Governor Gavin Newsom talking
about
like
the backdrop.
They hope to have those rescinded, that order rescinded, saying it will impact the state sovereignty. So protesters being led away right now, zip ties, handcuffs,
rice pudding right now. I'm like craving it right now.
On today. This is
day take my medicine
of this
and eat my rice pudding.
Of protest following immigration operations in this heavily Latino community in Southern California. Let's just continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, thank you,
this fluid, dynamic situation.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my rice pudding.
one freeway off this on-ramp right now, and this comes after 2 days of anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles. The National Guard also making its way to Southern California. The Guard members' arrival on Sunday comes as President Trump, the administration, declared it will send them in response to the protests that took place in Paramount, downtown Los Angeles, Westlake over the last 48 hours. These protests, as you can see, led to clashes between law enforcement, federal law enforcement as well, and alleged agitators with no ties to immigration advocacy. So clashes happening as comes as Border Patrol officers made their way to Southern California in gray SUVs and attire resembling riot gear this weekend. Their presence has alarmed Angelenos, prompting witnesses and activists who suspect the changing of ICE raids. So you're just seeing all this tear gas wafting into the air, pushing individuals back, the tactical gear by these law enforcement officials. This is not the National Guard you're looking at here. These are just local and state law enforcement. We did see California National Guard outside what I believe is the Metropolitan Detention Facility there, standing guard to assist in any way. But we also saw within the last hour or so, Governor Gavin Newsom talking about his urge to remove the National Guard as he feels the federal, the local, and state authorities have it under control. He says, quote, indeed, the decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders is risking seriously escalating this situation. There's currently no need for the National Guard to be deployed into Los Angeles, and to do so in this unlawful manner and for such a lengthy period of time is a serious breach of state sovereignty that seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly
This is my resources
required.
right here.
Governor
This is
Gavin
my
Newsom
sweet
on
treat.
the ground right now in Los Angeles as these protests are unfolding.
Senor
this
Rico
weekend after
rice
the
pudding.
immigration operation, some raids
Very
taking
good, very
place on
tasty.
Friday,
I really like
sparking
this product.
Opening it up
It's
as
very
well. So let's
delicious.
just continue to listen in here.
At Walmart, you
as
get
we
it for
wait
98
back, he's
cents.
expected to speak to the
And
media,
it's a pretty good
essentially
size. It's
speak
a
to
7
people
ounces.
of Los Angeles about this.
Oh, you like my new camera?
Peaceful protest.
Like you go like
here
this
as
and
well.
you
Let's listen
could go in and out. Yeah, I can do it one more time. And I get that psychic sign next to it. So when I'm doing readings, I'm like look at the sign. I can pull out my cards, and I can pull out a card right now. Let's pull out a card. How tonight is going to be. It's a nice little card here, my trusty little deck. And split the deck. I always split it like a certain weird way. And let's pull out a card. And it's the star card. So that's the card we got right now. It's a star card.
All right, you're just listening in here on Live Now from Fox. And let's switch gears here really quickly as
It's
we're
going to be
hearing
interesting
from LA
tonight.
Mayor Karen Bass as
There's a chance
anti-ICE
that it
protesters
could calm
clash
down
with law
tonight,
enforcement.
but
Let's listen into this here on
it's
Live
going to
Now.
take
This is about
it's gonna
another
take some
agenda. It's not about public
some
safety.
people.
There's
It's going to take
clearly
the military
plan,
to come in
and
there,
there's
man. I'm
clearly no
surprised.
policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know
Surprised
that
that
we stand with
the
all
National Guard, more
Angelenos,
National Guards
no
are
matter
there, and
where
I'm
you were
surprised
born.
that
The
the
First
Marines are not there
Amendment right
yet.
gives you the ability again to protest peacefully.
This is Karen
But
Bass
it does
talking.
not give you the
Let's go to
right
Karen
to be
Bass.
violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage.
See, she's
but
continuing.
to do it peacefully. And
Peacefully?
I just
What the
have to
fuck
say
is
that all of
peacefully,
you were there
stupid
Friday.
bitch? You don't watch the
Everybody knows what
television?
happened Friday.
You don't see
A
what's
workplace,
happening?
Several workplaces were
I can't
targeted
stand this bitch.
and raids took place.
I can't
Now, in
stand
the
her.
beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous
Lighting.
felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies
She's such a
people.
gaslighter.
It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chase.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since
right.
in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moving
right.
around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that
right.
and maybe stop them before they get over?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways.
Oh, Lord.
So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question, Chase.
Mayor Ross, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that.
He wasn't even here for the wildfires, so I don't know what you're talking about.
And to go from that situation
he wasn't here
to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you reached out to federal government, have you reached to President Trump?
No, I did not reach out to President Trump directly. I spoke to his chief of staff. I talked to Tom Homan. I talked to the U.S. Attorney. So I've talked to several members of the administration.
Next question, Matthew.
Yeah, I know you've been watching these protests. First off, what do you see when you're watching this? And I know that you've mentioned being worried about the safety of the protesters, but are you also worried about members of law enforcement in the middle of this?
Well, I'm worried about everybody. I'm worried about members of law enforcement. I'm worried about the safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are
There's some hope for tonight. The star card came out. So definitely some hope.
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful. Period.
She's trying to change the narrative.
Anytime it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem.
Can't trust
and
this
it
bitch.
Absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white.
Yeah, hi Mayor. At the Georgia Reporters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations we've had with the governor and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that the raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to
raids could continue.
So it's uncertain, but that's exactly the
problem.
Because
that's
we
the point.
Don't
we
need
voted for
to
this.
go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers.
Listen, if they're running away, you got to catch them.
So we don't need any of that in our city.
She sounds
right now. Our
stupid.
city's trying to heal. Our city is trying
city's trying to heal?
Our city does not need to be torn apart.
I need to
with
scream
a
so the
provocative
microphone
measure
could,
from
like.
the federal government.
She's listen. You're stupid. You need to go to jail.
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seemed resolute that these raids would continue regardless of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days. In your conversations with him, has there been any kind of attempted compromise or sort of kind of lowering the temperature, at least till things cool off locally if they want to continue, or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone else feels. My conversation with the U.S. Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
We're going to go, Frank?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, hi, Frank.
It appears that the LAPD is cooperating with ICE in this operation outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. They moved in, there was a peaceful protest. The LAPD moved the people back using flashbang and less than lethal munitions. Comment on that, because
Sure.
the LAPD is not supposed to be cooperating with us.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that LAPD was involved with the flashbangs. But anyway, let me just say that
He's a
what
fucking
happened
idiot.
there is that when one branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to, I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
Right here in the break.
Hi, what's your exact understanding of the timeline for how long the National Guard is going to be here? How long the raids are going to continue? Are there going to be daily raids?
I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest, and the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
Provoked? They're doing their damn job.
Point blank, foam, bullets, rubber bullets, into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders they're under in terms of handling people protesting?
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So Mayor, will you be speaking then to Chief Donald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
I'm
what
leaving
is the
from here
plan?
to meet with him.
Great. What is then the plan for tomorrow? Because let's say presumably this does not happen.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades,
stupid.
there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an
Sounds so
athletic
stupid.
event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized
peaceful.
in a proper way.
Use the
The
peaceful.
problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest
I see
or
horses.
it is a football game.
There's horses.
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but, you know, I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did
He's
not.
gaslighting. That may not be true.
The police chief, the sheriff, and the governor.
Quickly, Mayor, about peaceful protests. We're hearing the noises outside as this crowd is getting closer and presumably more violent as they're coming up through the streets.
I know, right? We're trying for horses. You know, I
That's
love
not
horses.
peaceful. What was happening? It's not peaceful
Oh,
for people to
man.
be on the highways. It's
I
not
really
peaceful
love horses.
for people to throw
My
rocks
niece,
or
my
bottles.
niece
That's not peaceful.
loves horses. Oh my goodness! I think when she gets older, I'm gonna have to buy her a horse because she really loves horses.
Actions and work being done. They're against authority in a lot of ways. They're standing outside City Hall, it's your office. It's not necessarily against you. How do you distance yourself, but also kind of try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti-authority?
And let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
Do you want to provide some information going to be?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA? Where they're going to be deployed?
Well, all what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property and the federal building, which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that. And just in terms of, to close, to wrap up, I just have to say that, again, our city has
She looks like the Joker
since the beginning of the year.
She looks like the
And
Joker
now
when she smiles.
thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight and they go to work or they go to school. Will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. Percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got
it does
here.
matter.
But the most important thing right now
She's
is
so
that
delusional.
our city be peaceful. And
This
so
is the United
protest and
States of
expressing
America.
your,
This is not the United
fears,
Nations.
your beliefs,
The United
is
Nations is in New
appropriate
York.
to do, but it is
Don't mean
just
that the whole
not
country is United Nations.
for there to be violence.
Dummy.
And I don't want people to
You can
fall
bang on that
into
table
the
all you want,
chaos
bitch.
that I believe is being created
You are
by
the chaos.
administration completely
You are the problem.
unnecessarily. Thank you very
Bitch,
much.
do you own a mirror? Bitch, go look at the mirror. Is what you said. You should be listening and you should be doing.
LA Mayor Karen Bass.
You don't even do what
bringing
you
us
say.
An update.
You fucking fake ass mayor.
Watching these live images.
I'm telling you,
on
man,
the screen
crooked ass Democrat
as she's been
mayors.
speaking.
That's stupid.
She spoke at length about those who have taken over freeways, those who have thrown objects at
Hey,
officers.
Stephanie, how you
She
doing?
says that type of behavior
Welcome to
will
the
not
show.
be tolerated. We continue to see protesters with
Here
signage,
dealing with this
and
craziness. I see
as
it's
we've been
like
seeing
kind
the
of
past
blurry
48
there for a
hours,
second.
some of them holding Mexican flags, as well as I see one Palestinian flag as well. Skyfox over the intersection near Temple Street, where again we see lots and lots of people gathering.
That's
we
a lot of
don't
people.
exactly
That's
know
that's a fucking lot of people.
how long all of this is going to last for the evening. So our game plan here on Live Now is to stick with this story for the remainder of the night. We're going to keep bringing you live images from these scenes for as long as we have these feeds.
Oh,
coming
the
in on Israel.
horses. Oh
We want to
man,
make sure that we document every second.
they
of
better
what's
not
taking
harm the
place.
horses, because I swear.
LA Mayor Bass saying violence and vandalizing property will not be tolerated. She says that she's been in touch with the federal government. So she says that she's disappointed that the National Guard ended up being deployed.
She's so stupid. Hello,
She
they
says
did it
it's
to
not
protect the
peaceful to be
federal
on the
buildings
freeways.
and their
Not
federal
peaceful to
properties.
throw objects at
Like
officers.
if California needed backup, they're
Getting
gonna send the
raw
Marines.
audio sounds.
They're not gonna
For
send the
most of these
National
live
Guard.
images
They're gonna
at this point.
like end it one
We've
and for
got
all, and that's it.
a few different angles that we're working with,
You see a lot of
including
fuck
couple of images
ice
from the ground,
graffiti
one from
all
the
over the
sky.
place.
Mayor Bass
Let me see if I
underscoring
can find
that
other.
any protest needs to be peaceful, period. She says anytime there's violence, it clouds the message that the protesters are trying to communicate. She says if people break the law, They will be subject to arrest. She says she does not know how long the immigration enforcement operations that spurred these protests will continue to happen in Los Angeles. She also couldn't.
Take a look at all the camera angles at the same time. Pick which one you want to see. There's a lot going on all around. So far, I haven't seen a car being torched like yesterday. Yesterday, they torched a car. Let me make myself smaller here. Give me one sec. Of course not, Dark. They're so stupid. But if they need the resource, they can get it. They got a request for it. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy, Stephanie. It's wilder than yesterday. Because yesterday was pretty wild, but today was really wild.
Sure that we bring you an uninterrupted vantage point as to what exactly is going on down here. We will reiterate again that viewer discretion is advised.
Oh, there's a car on fire. Hold on. There's a car on fire. Here we go. Let's go over to ABC7. Let me put them on.
They're a little further.
Let me cut the volume on this one over here.
On the back, possibly.
There is fire.
Was maybe one reason why people were
Oh, that's the truck from earlier where all the people were waiting.
Now we see these Waymos that may have just got, these automated vehicles maybe don't know that there's a protest. They don't have that programmed into their software to.
Oh, they're burning down the automated vehicles.
So they probably just drove into it, and people, they know that if you stand in front of it, they just stop, and people are obviously taking advantage of that right now. And you can see one person
damn.
taking a selfie with that Waymo.
Look at that.
Fire, and a lot of messages for protesters.
This is the same as yesterday. This is what they did. They took pictures in front of it.
Yeah, things devolving in some parts of downtown, and you do
That's
not want
stupid, man. All those people that are doing this should go to jail.
Any car that is burning is going to send off some pretty bad toxins into the air. But
wow, they did stop a lot of the cars.
Once it hits that battery,
and they're burning them.
Very difficult.
That's toxic. Those are batteries. Those are EVs.
Burn those lithium-ion batteries, and the size.
Oh, they're gonna get toxic poison.
Once they catch fire,
these people are
this is gonna be a
stupid.
bad situation. You hope it's not an explosion.
Wow, they destroyed a lot of them. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them that they're destroying. Look at this.
Destruction continues here.
Look, they're burning it. Look, he's putting it on fire. He's using looks like a hairspray. He burned himself
before that one could ignite.
He burned himself,
hiding their identity. But again, this is
what
something.
a fucking
these
people, man.
Police are
This is peaceful.
To this scene and try and calm things
down. This is peaceful, ladies and gentlemen.
The fire department at some point is going to have to be called in to
How
put
the
this
fuck
car
is this
out.
peaceful?
And now
How is this peaceful?
In this car,
How?
we saw in Compton yesterday.
Like whoever says that word peaceful in the Democratic Party, we should be able to slap them in the face.
You have a line of officers
do one more hit,
be able
guys,
to
and then we gotta
move
go.
in and get those firefighters safe, and even those firefighters.
You know how much
have
these
projectiles
vehicles
thrown at them.
cost?
So again, this car
These
is
are
now
automatic
fully
vehicles.
engulfed.
Look, there's more
People are
fires
trying to
going
set
on in the
other
background.
windows on fire, and as this is playing
This
out
is
again,
more
we wanna
vehicles
try
than
and get to Tim
yesterday
Caputo, who just
that were
heard
put
from
on
Mayor
fire.
Karen Bass. I just heard.
Yeah,
from
where's
Gabe
Karen
Santos
Bass?
in Air
Where's her
7 that there's
stupidness?
not a lot of
Well,
time
they're
left. Are they out?
peaceful. They're
They're
just
fully out of fuel and have to go
they're
back
just
to the airport
they're
to
just
refuel. So
expressing
we hope
their
to check
First
back in with
Amendment.
Gabe Santos shortly And as we wait again, we're hoping to talk to
You
Jim
sound
Caputo, who just
stupid,
questioned
bitch.
the mayor of Los
That's what I
Angeles
would have said
directly
if I was
with some
there.
very pointed
I would have
and,
said that. I was like, "Oh,
very
can I get the next
impressive line of
question?"
questioning, because
Yeah.
it sounds
Hi.
at
I was
times
like,
that
"How
the
come
mayor
you're a
is trying
stupid
to have it both
bitch?
ways." She blamed
Like,
all
do
the
you
chaos that
watch?
has
Do you
played
have
out
a
in Los
mirror?
Angeles this
Do you
weekend
look
on the
into
Trump
the mirror?
administration's
Do you
actions.
ever watch
And
the news?
at the
Are you
same time,
watching
on the other
like
hand,
current events that's
said that
going on
violence
in your
is
city right
not
now?
acceptable, and so admitting that
Or are
there
you in the
is a lot
bathroom
of
pleasuring
violence
yourself
playing
to it?
out amid these
I mean, that would be my
protests.
question
And
to
so
her.
that is clearly
Now, go
the
ahead
people
and
who are
answer,
committing
Karen.
the violence are not Trump administration officials, so they are to blame as well. So, it sounds like she's
The
having it
party
both
of
ways. Let's
joy.
zoom in back on that
Stephanie,
car,
I
because
know,
we're starting to
right?
see some explosions
They're
emerge
they're
from that.
very
You see
peaceful and
the
joyful.
fuel now on the street, now burning on the surface of
Yeah,
Los
this is
Angeles
not
street, and
okay for
people
sure.
still
And those
maintaining a really close proximity. You see
those
flames
vehicles,
coming
that
out of
is
there really
toxic.
fast and
That's very
powerful.
toxic. Those are
Something in
ion
there was
batteries.
caught where
Those they do
we're
will
talking about a
explode,
volatile,
and those are
dangerous
like forever
situation, and you
chemicals
hope
that
that
they're
this is
burning into the
the only
atmosphere.
car that is
This is
set
such
ablaze,
a
and you
bad
see,
idea
still see some
in what they
flames there
did.
on the roadway as that fuel,
That
whatever
is
fuel source is now
incredibly
burning, has
stupid.
now made its way onto the street itself.
And Jory, sorry to interrupt, but looking at the Waymo right there, I was looking at what kind of fumes the Waymo sets out whenever it's set on fire like this. I'm not even sure if the protesters even realize that just how toxic and dangerous these fumes can be.
Very toxic and
Hydrogen
dangerous.
fluoride, carbon monoxide, just these flammable gases.
Don't worry,
that
they'll
can
end up with
potentially
cancer in a few
explode,
months.
and we could possibly even see an explosion.
Karma always
happening from
comes
this
back to
Waymo
bite
if it's on
those
fire
who,
long
you
enough.
know, creates
And just all these
this type of
protesters
havoc.
in that area. Again, this air, it's just so toxic.
I believe
and
in
it just really
karma.
makes you question, why
I
would they
do.
do something like this?
Yeah, that's just mob mentality at this point, just watching things burn. That's Nico Kazori joining our coverage here. I'm Jory Rand as we are continuing our coverage of the unrest in
If I was to
downtown Los
imagine,
Angeles, and we do see
if I was in
possibly some
there
officers moving
and
in
I have
now,
to get out in the
to
middle
try
of
and gain
that
control of
environment,
this
I may.
situation. This is
Do I have a
still-
gun? Do I have a
is this-
weapon?
I saw some smoke in the background, so I'm not sure if that's a
Because
false flame smoke or whether
I need
these
plenty of
officers are moving in
ammunition.
on this situation. But a
At
large
least
crowd
give me like
gathering
5
here. I think this is
clips,
Los Angeles Street.
and
5
I don't use
cars from a fleet of Waymos that now service Los
non-lethal. I
Angeles
use
have
lethal.
been attacked,
I don't play the
vandalized, and
non-lethal
destroyed. This
game.
one on the right
If you're gonna
this
come and try
window is now
to
fully
harm me,
engulfed in
then
flames. And it
you're
just
gonna fall
continues
down.
a day of unrest in Los Angeles that is in response to moves by the Department of Homeland
Hell
Security and
no!
ICE under the Trump
I'd be
administration as
so
they continue
stressed
to,
out if that was
get
my ride
those in this country illegally
and
out
these
of the
vandals
United
blew up
States.
my ride.
Absolutely. And we were talking about
Oh
the National Guard
man!
a little bit earlier. They're deployed. 2,000 troops are here. And pretty much President Donald Trump basically bypassed Governor Newsom's authority, and he deployed the troops here. And that makes you think that's another thing that these protesters are angry with, and that's another reason why these protests are getting a little out of control. Tensions are high, and earlier during that press conference, Mayor Bass did
Supposed
say,
to
she
care
said
about the
Angelenos have
environment,
the right
right?
to exercise their First
They're a bunch
Amendment
of
right, but
hypocrites. That's what they
peacefully
are.
and not like this.
Democrats
So
are
this is what we were
hypocrites.
seeing here. This is the scene in downtown LA. Again, these protests,
They're
they
trying
erupted
to light
amid
up the
ICE
car.
raids, and it's the
Like what they're
third
trying to do.
day
They're
of civil
like I don't
unrest. Jory's been
understand.
talking about this for hours now. You have been
It's
covering this
ridiculous.
since 1 this afternoon.
Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's been going for hours. We know there was a demonstration this morning. It stretched into the afternoon, and then
Between
two
those cars
large
right there, that's like
demonstrations
what,
converged
more
into
than
one.
half a
Governor
million?
Newsom responding to the president today.
Because you got to think how
with a
much these
number
vehicles
of posts to
cost with the
social media,
technology
and
that
some
they
of this is
have
stuff
on
we have
them.
never seen before
Could
in
be
the
what,
United
like
States. So the governor
60,
responding to a
$70,000,
video of
probably a
President
little bit
Trump
more,
speaking to reporters today, saying
give or
there will be
take.
law and order in the streets of the United States.
And
The
you got about
governor writing,
$500,000 just on
inciting
fire
and
right now
provoking
and
violence,
destroyed.
creating mass chaos, militarizing cities.
So now these
arresting
are
opponents.
insurance
These
claims,
are the acts of a dictator,
and that's going to
not
come out
a
of the
president.
taxpayers.
Governor also writing officially to the Trump administration, he
Like,
said, to rescind their
these people are not the
unlawful
brightest people in
deployment
the
of
in the
troops in
planet
Los
right
Angeles
now.
County and return them to
You gotta
Montana.
understand
This is the governor
these
posting
are
to Twitter. He writes, "We didn't have a
delinquents.
problem until Trump got
Call them
involved.
how you
This
see
is a
it.
serious breach of state sovereignty policy,
Monsters.
inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California. That is a message to the President of the United States.
This is, yeah, this isn't peaceful. This is chaotic.
Governor to
This
the Trump
is very
administration and
alarming.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, signed by David Sapp, Legal Affairs Secretary in the office of Governor Newsom. And it goes on to list
And the
ways where
Democrats are never
the
happy. They
governor
want
and the
more.
state
They want
believe
more of
it's
this.
unlawful
They want these
for the
pictures. They
president
wanted to
have
tie it into
sterilized
Trump and blame
members
Trump.
of the
There's those
National
explosives.
Guard,
You see those
writing,
explosives
this is
that's
done
happening
under
right now in that
Section 10
vehicle? Those are the
of the legal
batteries
code as
that are
how they
exploding.
federalize,
That
US
fire is
troops.
going to take a
But
while to
this
take,
lawyer
like,
writing
to turn off.
that Section 12406
These
states
people
that,
are so
quote, the
fucking
president
idiots,
may
man.
call into federal service members and units of the
And I'm
National
sure
Guard
they're
of any
just a
state
bunch
with
of
such members
vandals.
as he
That's what they're
considers
doing.
necessary to,
They're
one,
vandalizing.
repel an invasion of the United
This
States
is not
by a
peaceful.
foreign nation. That has not happened. Two,
This
suppress
is worse
a
than
rebellion
yesterday.
against the
Yesterday was
authority of
just
the
that one
government of the
car
United
that we
States.
saw.
There is an argument that I'm sure the
Maybe
president
there
will
was
make
other cars that got
stands
damaged
here.
or
And three, execute the
vandalized.
laws of the United
Like the
States
police
when the
cars, I know
president
they
is
got
unable to do
vandalized
so
and they
with
got
regular
bricks thrown
forces.
at them,
That is not the
and
case
the
here
ICE
as
agents
well.
had to like
So they
escape.
will look to likely number
But this
two
right
there
here,
of
this
those
is moronic. This is stupid.
citations within the code. But the office of the governor,
You know, I wish the car would blow up right now and all those people would die right there.
shall be issued through the
You know, have a
governors
big
of the
explosion
states.
and all these
And therein lies
people
the
that
problem.
are
This was not
standing
done at
there,
the request of the governor of
they
California,
all
which
meet
is
their
typically
maker at the
how
same time.
federalization of National Guards troops happens. We've seen it happen quite often, in fact. Niku, we saw it happen during the fires. We've visited these sites and seen National Guards members
They're trying to light it up.
guarding entrances and exits. We saw it during
You're gonna
the
try to light
2020
up this
civil
car too.
unrest. National Guards members were on the streets. And
I'm
we have seen
surprised
it
the other
in
car's not
past,
lit yet.
But it happens at the request of the governor, not in opposition
Right,
to the
and
governor.
it makes you
They're
think this is
they're
so hard to predict.
hammering
what
and
happens next,
hitting
because
the.
this is just
I
it's
guess those are the
not
sensors
going in
on top
right
of the
order.
car.
So I mean, just like you said, so
Those
it's
are very
really hard to
expensive sensors.
think what are the next steps, because things have happened out of order. And looking back at that Waymo, you can see
So
now
how is
an even
this? How
larger
is this?
crowd
I don't get
gathered
it.
around this Waymo. Now they're standing on top of the car, and a little bit earlier, I think I saw someone with a skateboard trying to break into the Waymo. Not sure if they're trying to
All these
set this one
people
on fire too, but that other Waymo has
gonna
been
end
on
up getting
fire,
really
I'd say
sick.
at least for the last 20 minutes,
Yeah,
probably.
it was in the trunk, and now the car is just completely engulfed. And these folks are just standing here. One person with a hammer on the
Let them get
windshield.
cancer.
We see
Let
that
them
man on the
die.
roof with a
It's okay.
skateboard
It'll be a
trying
slow
to,
death. It's
just
probably one of the
basically
best
break anything
deaths.
off this
It's a
car
slow
that they
death,
are
slow
able to
painful death.
do. And I don't know if we can pull out and see if any officers are in this area. But again, this situation has devolved into chaos.
Yep.
When we have seen quite a bit of it
And none
this
of these
weekend
kids
play
are,
out in
I
Los
think, in school. I
Angeles,
think
and you
school
start to
is
see the
up,
smoke
right?
rising in this
Like,
wide shot. It's a
I think the school
disturbing
year
sight
is
to see
almost
a fire
done.
burning like this in the midst of a crowd making their way through
This is
Los
what you
Angeles.
do.
Again, we just
You
heard from Ellie Mayer.
you
There's the explosion that we've been waiting
you
for
bring
to
back
see
the draft.
happen. The car
Okay,
is
bring
now
back the draft
exploded
and draft
as
all these
it likely is
motherfuckers.
reaching the
Send them to
lithium
Ukraine.
battery
I'm
that
telling you,
powers these
send them to
electric
Ukraine.
cars. I think
Send
typically
them to
they're found
Israel.
on the
Send them to, if
beneath
they
the
want to
car,
fight a real
along the
war,
frame of those
okay.
vehicles. And so once the fire reaches down there,
Send them over to Ukraine.
it is very difficult to put these fires out.
They
I
need
think I remember a
volunteers.
crash
They
on a
need
bridge
more
recently where
people,
there was
right?
some kind of fuel or
I
a
think
vehicle that could
I
not
think
be
they
put
could
out, and they encased it and
go ahead
basically
and
ignited it off of the bridge.
send their
But
asses
here we
over there.
have
I don't know what this guy is doing.
you
Like,
know,
this guy's
some
stupid.
knuckleheads trying to continue to damage this car, do whatever they can.
Why
to
are you
get
gonna
involved in
you
this
kicking a burning car?
basically,
Are you
mob party
stupid?
as they watch this car burn.
Yeah, and again, these EV fires, they're absolutely no joke. Those
The word of the
fumes that are
day
in
is
the air.
stupid.
Again, these protesters,
Peaceful,
they're so
stupid.
close to that fire. They're breathing in all of the toxic
These are
gases. Again, we
forever
talked about
chemicals
carbon
that they're
monoxide,
burning.
hydrogen fluoride. Those aren't things that you should be breathing in, and they are just feet away
Taking
from that
pictures.
car
That's crazy.
that exploded. And it makes you think, is that the plan for the second Waymo? I believe there's three. Were there 3 or 5
Yeah,
Waymos? 5
Stephanie. Yeah,
Waymos.
I know.
And it's just a
I know,
terrifying
Stephanie.
thought to think that they want to light all 5 Waymos on fire. And looking at this crowd, you can see a few different flags within that crowd.
So
and
this
they
is the party.
continue to
You know, the
move.
Democratic Party. This is what they
This
want.
is Temple Street. Did we
They
say this is
they
Temple
they
Street?
gaslight
I think this is
everyone.
happening in Los Angeles,
They always come
just
up with
across
these
the
fancy words
101.
like
Once the
fakes.
California Highway
So
Patrol
what you're
came
looking
in
at
to
here is a deep
clear
fake.
the 101 freeway, the
Oh, look, another
crowds
car's on
kind of
fire. So
scattered,
there's 2 cars, 3 cars on
all
fire now.
across downtown Los Angeles. This
They lit up another
was such a
car on fire.
large
So
group.
look,
There's 2
there's
cars
another car on
now, so they were
fire.
able to alight a second car.
I don't know
We're
why
gonna
they're
see
not
this
lighting
play
up
out
the
here
others.
on
Might
both
as well,
ends of
right?
this
Fuck
string
it.
of 5 Waymo cars
They're gonna light
still
them up.
burning here.
This is more than yesterday.
And this is the group in Chinatown.
Wow,
Now, we have a
that's
few
wild.
different scenes, so this is just one of the scenes. I'm curious what the other scenes look like at this time, if they've calmed
You
down
know
a
what it
little
looks like?
bit,
It looks like
or
peace. This
this
looks
is
like
because this
so
is
much
still a very large crowd. I
peacefulness.
mean, I've barely seen any
It's
improvement
unicorns
in
and
the last few
rainbows.
hours. So
It's
it
Pride
looks like these
Month.
protesters,
A lot of
they are
rainbows.
not going anywhere, and it seems like
And
this
they're getting
protest
all those
is
chemicals.
going into the
Let them
evening
get closer
hours.
to the
It will
fire. Let them
continue.
get closer to the smoke.
You know, it's fair to say the sun will be down
Let them. They're just
long
hurting
before this
themselves.
crowd breaks apart for the evening. Can we pan around and see if there's still a group at the federal building? I know our vantage point has kind of shifted here. We're on the west or south side of, okay, we do have, this is Temple and Alameda. So this crowd is still gathered. Are they sitting down?
Yeah, they look like they're
I'm not
sitting
sure. Are
down.
they are all
They look like they're
sitting
sitting
down.
down.
Yeah, they're
Okay, so this
tired.
is Temple and Alameda.
I'm sure they're
They are here
tired.
for the long haul, it looks like. Not really doing anything to provoke anything from these LAPD officers, but
Arrest them.
showing
Arrest
they
them
are
all.
not planning to go anywhere. This says Aliso, so it's backed up a little bit. They have cleared the intersection of Temple
Yeah,
and
the sun's
Alameda. Oh,
about
this
to
is on
go
the
down
backside.
there.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is the top of the hill. Here's
It's
the bottom of the hill. This is
5:34
where the
p.m.
focal point
Pacific
of much
time.
of the unrest has been. This is Alameda
It's
and Temple down here.
8:34
There's
where
still a
I'm at
small
right
group
now.
here, but this is where we saw the
Saying
large
it's
confrontation
about what,
this
4 in the
morning as
morning,
those cars
3, 4 in
continued
the
to
morning where
burn
you're at,
a few
because
blocks
you're
away.
in
There is the motorcycle that remains on scene.
you're over in
There was a
the
time when there was a
Netherlands.
skirmish line, LAPD officers who had cleared the entrance to the federal building and pushed people down the hill into this intersection of Alameda and Temple. At that point, 2 people on motorcycles approached the skirmish line. And
Yeah, I
again, there's
agree,
some,
Stephanie. They do
we're
need to
not
be
sure whether they
prosecuted and
intentionally
held
drove
to
those
the
bikes
highest
into the
of the
officers
law.
or whether
Like,
they were just doing
whatever's
a
the
U-turn or some
maximum
kind of
sentence you
maneuver
can
and
give
lost
them,
control and
that's
hit
what
the
they should get.
officers. Either way, they hit the officers. 2 of them suffering injuries. Both drivers have been taken into custody and will likely face several new charges in addition to just what the other protesters obstructing a federal or local authority.
Wow.
Once those officers were injured. And as we pan back over to Los Angeles Street, you can see the 101 freeway is now moving northbound. The southbound
So it seems
not
like
moving.
it's okay. It's still closed. The southbound side is still closed, but northbound is open.
Yeah,
Is this what we're
southbound is
saying?
closed.
Okay.
You can see the officers, CHP still on the surface. Mike, what were you saying? Got it. Okay, so we have, again, on the right side of your screen, a live view from the ground from Los Angeles Street. That is what you're seeing right now at the top of your screen on the left. From that aerial view from Air 7. So we have demonstrators spread out to at least 3 or 4 different locations. The largest group, I'd say, is over by the 101. I'm sure many of these people were the folks who were on the 101 freeway
All these
just a short
people,
time ago.
you see all these people
Slowly
that are
backed
taking
up the
pictures and
on-ramp by
videos.
CHP officers
I
and
think
pushed up onto side
the United
streets, surface
States
streets once
should
again.
tap into
And I
AI
saw,
Yeah, was that a
with
flashbang
to
or
get all
officers
the
moving into
information
this
from
area
all
now?
these cell
Just saw
phones.
another
And if
explosion. It
anybody
looks like
has
people might be
pictures or
moving out of here.
videos
hopefully, if
from
they are moving in
this,
this
that
area,
means
they
they
have
place
their
them at
respirators
this
on, because again, this
location.
is toxic gas, and there are just way
They
too
should be
many
sent a
people
fine.
in this area.
They should be sent
I
at least a
remember a little bit
$5,000
earlier
minimum
we did talk
fine.
about how
And
many
if they don't
people have been
disperse within the
charged
next
with
hour,
assault
it
of a
doubles
deadly
to
weapon on
10,000.
officers.
And if
So
they don't leave,
many people
it will
have
go
been
to
facing
20,000.
that charge.
And if they don't
And
leave, the last
these
warning,
numbers are just
we will come for
insane.
you,
To see the
and your fine will
large
be
crowds of people, and they're
$50,000,
still gathered
and
here around
expect
the 5
a just
Waymos, even
sentence.
though this one is exploded.
I mean, you
But
got to put some fear into
hoping
these
an
people. You have to
officer
throw,
or
like,
someone is
you
moving
got to
in to try
throw
to
the
at least
books at them.
disperse this crowd, get them away from
That's
this Waymo that's now putting all that black smoke in the air.
Yeah, let them get sick.
I don't know
Let
if
them
we
get
can- if there's
sick.
any way we can see if there are officers.
They are going to get sick.
Kind of gathering, getting ready to put this out, because the more that these cars are allowed to burn, and the longer
worse
that
it
this
is for
goes
the
without
atmosphere.
police intervention, the more dangerous it becomes. That's the closest we can see, I think, is just 2 officers over on the far side of the 101. It is a dangerous situation for those officers to have to walk into an area like this. You know, things are volatile, and 2 cars are now burning. Okay, we do have Tim Caputo, Eyewitness News reporter who was in that press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass, asked some very impressive questions. Before we get to the mayor, Tim, you are now on the ground. Can you tell us where you are and what you see?
Yeah, I
So we're
remember that
essentially
Stephanie
on
with the
Los Angeles
fucking
Street.
Kamala
The
setting up
interesting
the
thing is on this side
GoFundMe
of the 101,
to
Los
bail
Angeles kind
out
of turns
the
and goes to
looters from the
Alameda right at
BLM.
Union Station. A lot of the
Yep,
protests
I remember
in the
that,
past have ended up on this because you're on either
but not
side
for
of the
the
101.
peaceful
What you're looking at
patriots.
here from you
January
saw
6th,
from
yeah.
above is the cars that are currently on fire. The police line is on the opposite side of these car
They
fires
could
at the moment from
they
where we're
could do a
standing. Part of
code
the crowd
where they could
have been
pick
moved
all
back
the
in this
videos,
direction,
like
but you see they're
everybody
not
that's
exactly
there.
moving. They've
They
essentially
know
just moved
who's
the line
there.
back and are standing in
Your
place
cell
at this
phone is
point.
constantly
That
it's a
thick black
GPS.
smoke
It's a rat.
obviously going right
You
into
have a
the air
rat in
where
your
we're
pocket,
standing,
and
and
it
the
always knows where
crowd
you're
kind of
at all
mingling its way down.
times.
Tommy, if you want to point down the street
And
towards Union Station as well,
they could ping
kind of working
them where
its way
they're
on
at,
Alameda in Los
and
Angeles as well.
they
They're
could grab all the
essentially
information
all
that they
in this
need from
area.
their
The
cell phones
federal
because
building
they'll see
itself,
the
obviously
pictures,
the
they'll see the
focus of
videos,
these
and
protests and these
it's
demonstrations is on the
evidence, it's
other side of the
self-incriminating
101, but
evidence,
as
and
often
they can be
happens
used
with these
against them in a
rallies and
court of law.
protests and demonstrations that are in
And
this
I
general
believe
vicinity,
that they
they
should
get
be
on
sent
either
fines
side of the
over text
101, and where
message.
this is,
Like, okay,
kind of
you're
on the
in this
near
area, you're
side,
not supposed to be
opposite
here,
where the federal
and
building is itself. The crowd itself,
we're notifying
by
you
and
that
large, a
you're
lot of
receiving a
bystanders taking
$5,000
video,
fine
holding up signs,
for
kind of
illegal
standing, and mostly
protesting,
onlookers. There are a
unlawful
handful, a
protesting.
number of agitators within that crowd. It doesn't necessarily reflect the whole of the group itself. You know, Jory, you were mentioning we were just up in the mayor's office a short time ago talking with the mayor about
No,
everything that's
imagine
transpired over the
living
last couple of days as well.
just around
Obviously,
that
they're
area right there.
concerned
That's
about the
crazy. I wouldn't
violence
want to
that
be
has
there.
erupted, but she is obviously taking the stance of saying that the Trump administration's immigration policies and these ICE raids that have happened in greater Los Angeles is the reason that there has been a kind of uprising and resistance
No, get
from
them
the
out of
people here
here.
in Los Angeles.
Get them out
Amarillo's
of here.
taking to the streets
We
for
need
2
more.
straight
We
days
need
now,
more.
and the
How
crowd
much?
seems to be getting bigger
We
as more
need
and more people, some coming from the
200,000,
train station itself, are kind
250,000
of descending on
soldiers.
this area.
We have
You know,
plenty.
when we were in Compton yesterday, when they set that
Send them
car on
all
fire,
to
it took a
LA,
minute for the fire department
and
to get there and put that car fire out. I
the
can
only
tell you
people that
from
are
either
out
angle
here,
from where we're
majority, I
standing,
would say
it would be
maybe
nearly
80% are
impossible
probably
to get a
illegal.
fire truck in, maybe from over here
Maybe
by Union
90% are
Station, but
illegal.
obviously this is burning
And
strong with people standing by, and that's
throw
why
them
police
all,
had backed off a
throw them
little
in
bit at this
Mexico.
point. Obviously, we're keeping a fairly
You know,
safe distance
throw
away
them in
from
Mexico
the kind
or
of
throw them
strongest of
to
the
El
action.
Salvador
You
because
hear
they're
the
building
explosions
prisons
as
over
well
there,
from those
and
cars.
they're in the business of making
Obviously,
prisons.
people standing close by, but not
So
necessarily a safe area to be. When we were parked just
we could
underneath
send them to El
City
Salvador.
Hall by the mayor's office, the crowd rather was kind of moving their way up the street. They're all over this area, as I'm sure you've seen from Air 7, but obviously at this point, this is the main focus. The smoke could be seen from all around as
I
these
love
folks
community
converging
service.
around this part of the rally at this point.
Yeah, Tim, now that we have you, I do want to ask you more
Yeah,
about what the
illegal's
mayor
illegal.
said. You
Illegal.
asked her about the
leave.
violence and if she's blaming the rioters, the demonstrators who are turning to violence, but she led her press conference directly blaming what has played out and the unrest in our city.
There's legal people here. There's a lot of legal ones, but there's also a lot of illegal.
If you're causing violence and you're attacking law enforcement, you are to blame as well. So it almost seemed like she was trying to have
Especially
it both ways.
the ones that were throwing the rocks at the ICE vehicles and the Homeland Security vehicles.
I mean, there was an awkward
Those were a lot of Mexicans that were throwing rocks at it. I saw it yesterday.
Going off
So,
outside her office in City Hall, literally outside
I hope
the
they have
of the
video
mayor's office.
of,
We're hearing these
of
loud
them,
bangs as she said,
and hopefully it's clear enough to see their
that
faces.
point is come and gone. That is clear to this point. You see it behind
But
me.
a lot of them
obviously.
are hiding their
The peaceful
faces
part of it
with
is not
these
happening.
masks
But here's the interesting
and
juxtaposition, of course, because the
goalies
protests
and
and the
stuff that they
demonstrations
have
are
on.
against those federal agents, whether it's ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, anyone federal agents assisting. LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department are all distancing themselves from the
Yeah,
immigration
that's what I mentioned
operations
yesterday.
that have
Remember,
been
Stephanie?
happening.
I said he
But
did
here's
give
the
him
interesting
time.
part
He's
of what
like,
makes it difficult.
self-deport.
When there's
We
violence
will
against
give
those
you a
federal
ticket
officers,
and send
when
you
there's
to anywhere
graffiti
you
in the
want to
street,
go in
cars
the
on
world.
fire in the street, now
Just name the
it's in the
place,
hands of
and we
LAPD.
sent you
Now it's in
there.
the hands of the Sheriff's Department.
And
They
they
can't
choose
sit
not
idly
to.
by and let this
So
happen.
what
This is
happened
no
is
longer setting a car on fire in the
after
middle
a
of the
certain
street
period of
about
time,
preventing an
then
ice raid
you're
from
here
happening at a
illegally.
Home Depot in the fashion
And
district. So
now,
that's
from
the
now
awkward
on, if
juxtaposition
we
where I
catch
think the
you,
mayor
we're going to
is
treat
kind
you as a
of playing
criminal.
both sides, but is also being
And
responsive
yes,
to the
you
fact
would
that
be
while people are upset and they're
seeing a
emotional about
judge,
what's
and
happening with the
you'll
federal
get your
government,
due
with
process,
immigration
and
from
you
the
will be
Trump
deported.
administration and the feds going
End of
to
story.
businesses and homes in Los Angeles, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, the CHP, all the local agencies are towing that fine line where they're saying, we're obviously not part of immigration and anything going on there, but we got to keep the peace on the streets in Los Angeles. And so it's tough because their presence alone is sometimes agitating the crowd. The police presence the flashbangs, the tear gas, those are provoking the crowd. But it's tough because police are not being called,
More
they're not part of
fires.
immigration, but now
It's now in that one section. They're lighting fires everywhere. This is exactly. It's not okay. Fucking Karen Baskin's stupid. Yeah, the car burned down. If we come over to this over here, it's really shut these people down for a second. If we come back over here, you can see all these vehicles are on fire. They lit more vehicles on fire. So whoever's lighting these vehicles on fire, I guarantee you they will get cancer. And they are all these people that are here are going to be screwed. Give them less than what 5 years. Look, it burned down. The whole car is gone. The only thing that's burning right now is the battery. That's the battery. And these people are just standing near it. That's so stupid. That's so stupid of them. Northcom, 500 active duty Marines prepared to deploy. They are going to deploy 500 active duty Marines. They're not going to be protecting federal buildings. Nope. They are going to be on the ground, and they're going to be a chaos tonight. If it's chaos right now, and this is what's happening right now, expect more. And you know what? I hope ICE is still doing their raids, and I hope they're still grabbing immigrants as these people are protesting and doing all this craziness. Well, we're doing this behind your back, and you want to put fuck I, and then CE, little CE. So fuck I. I don't know. It says fuck I. Fuck I. Okay, well, you're fucked. I guess this person, forgot that, they need space to write ice. You can't just write big ass fuck and little ass ice. I mean, look at this one. They drew like a yellow something on the hood of the car. It looks like they're gonna light it on fire too. Yeah, it is on fire. So they're lighting up another car on fire here. One has already burned down to the ground. Here's another one that's going to be lit in a bit. And forever chemicals harming. And LA has very bad air quality to begin with. All right. Now you're just poisoning not only yourself that you're standing there, you're poisoning the environment in that area. And there goes the car. It's going on fire. Another car on fire. This is a lot more than yesterday. Oh, look, explosion. That car exploded. Something exploded off of that car. Probably the batteries are still exploding. So, yeah, that sucks. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
They're doing civil disturbance training. They're doing a lot of things they don't normally get a lot of training in. To get ready for this, and it's a prepared to deploy order, which means they're not deploying, but they're doing all the workup. They're getting all the gear, they're getting all the stuff, they're doing all the inspections, and they're getting that last minute training for the particular mission they're getting. And I'm sure there's a number of lawyers that are coming in and briefing them on what they can and can't do in this status.
And sleep. I will.
I almost cut you out there for a moment.
Bye, Newton. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you so much.
Real time.
It's nice having you come by, and
autonomous vehicles
it's nice seeing you. And
they're only available in a select amount of cities at this
I'll
point.
be here
Widely used, but they are
tomorrow also, so I'll try to do this every day.
Possibly 3 have been set ablaze. These protesters, and I'll just go through some of the live images that we're working with right now.
Wow, you hear the explosives?
Obviously, the same exact vantage point, or I should say the same exact scene from a different vantage point, now looking at it from the ground. All of these images, by the way, are in downtown Los Angeles. So let's make that clear. Most of
Downtown
what
Los
we've been watching
Angeles.
was today on the 101 freeway. Now we're more situated on surface streets in downtown LA. You see some of these protest signs. Hal, when we're talking about a dangerous scene like the one we're looking at right now, where we see these intermittent blasts happening, how do law enforcement begin to tackle a situation like this? You got to deal with protesters, and then you got to deal with some active fires. Where do they begin?
Well, they're going to try and disperse them. They're going to try and get the crowd dispersed into separate elements so they're easier to handle, and also to contain the potential violence that the crowd could actually do. What you're seeing with these vehicles is those are electric vehicles. Those are lithium-ion batteries. As you may know, lithium-ion batteries, when they catch fire, they burn extremely hot. And actually, the fire department sometimes is a challenge putting them out because they burn so hot so long. Ironically, there's a ship full of electric cars off the coast of Alaska right now that the whole ship's on fire, and they're not sure if they're going to be. It looked like they're not going to be able to save the ship. They evacuated the crew. So it gives you an idea of the potential of lithium-ion batteries.
I didn't even know that there's a
I
ship
don't know that the protesters
in
would have thought
Alaska
that through.
that's
But,
holding
they have
all
big
these
vehicles that burn
electric
extremely
vehicles
hot,
that
and
caught
the other thing
fire,
is
and the
they're
ship
gonna
is not
burn
going to
for
be
a
able to
long
be
time.
saved. So
Again,
that
I don't
means
think the protesters thought that
all
through.
those chemicals are
but
going to
I
go
do
into the
believe,
ocean.
that,
Congratulations
that
for
that's what's happening.
poisoning
By the way,
our
one of the things I'd
planet
like to
Earth.
point out, welcome to 2025, and we said this back in 2020 with the protests there too. Law enforcement, public safety has a lot of images. And all of those individuals out there that are doing acts of property damage or violence are being, and there's a lot of different ways they can put together who they are. I'm not going to get into all the details on that.
I know this.
But
I
you
already
may
talked
see
about it.
people right now doing things you go, why don't they go in and arrest them right now? Well, if you remember the 2020 protests, there was a lot of looting going on. They were hitting stores and stuff and taking everything, and everybody said, why are they standing by and letting this happen? And it was basically picking time and place. They had ways to identify who they were, and in the days and weeks afterwards, law enforcement came to their homes and knocked on the door and basically took possession of what they stole and put them into and took them into custody. And so there are a lot of ways they can do this.
Wow.
Again, I would say if anyone in Southern California thinks that they want to join these violent protests, you may go down there, you may get away from it, but you also may get a knock on your door, and they may have a search warrant depending on what they think they saw you do. So that's modern policing. That's kind of how it works.
Al, why are we seeing horseback officers? What can they do that other officers can't?
Run.
They're great for crowd control. They've been used for crowd control forever.
He made it funny.
They've been used in Southern
What
California.
can the horses do that
with
officers
LAPD for
can't
crowd
do?
control, and
Run.
the sheriffs with crowd control. They sit up high so you can look down on the crowd. Also, they have a very intimidating effect on a crowd. That big horse sitting up high like that, nobody wants to get close to it because they're not quite sure what the horse will do. So
I
when
love
you put
horses.
when you put law enforcement on horseback in a crowd situation, the crowd becomes more compliant. They tend to move where they got to go. The other thing too is if they try to run and that officer wants to chase them down, that officer's on horseback and can move a lot faster than that person can run. And so there's just a lot of good reasons, and that's just standard SOP, is to use law enforcement on horseback in these crowd situations because they just work so well from an operational and a psychological standpoint.
So I'm from Southern California. You live in Southern California. You and I know the answer to this question, and Angelinos know the answer to this question. I'm going to ask it anyway so that I can get the answer in your words and hopefully lend some context to our national and international audience. Why is the topic of ICE, of immigration, of some of the immigration enforcement operations that we've been seeing in Southern California, why is this such a passionate subject for Angelinos?
In Los Angeles, last time I checked, 34% of the population was not born in the United States. It is an extremely
Gotta
dense
get them out then.
concentration of illegal immigrants. Most of them are
Get 'em
legal
out.
immigrants. But there is a gravitation point for a lot of illegal immigration coming across the southwest border. Always has been. Southern California always has been. So when they're doing this, there are a lot of people, a lot of residents of Los Angeles and the Southern California area that are obviously upset. Probably more upset. I think the thing that really upsets them is with the current federal situation, if they believe that they're illegal immigrants, they're not getting due process in the courts. And so that's some of the protests going on now. But I would say you and I come from Southern California. It doesn't take a lot to get a number of people agitated to go out and protest on the streets. We see that all the time. And as far as, protests and doing damage like this, destroying cars and things, I mean, there was a time where it seemed like anytime the Lakers won a championship, you saw stuff like this. So
Lakers aren't going to win a championship anytime
it
soon.
happens. And the LAPD and LAPD
Sorry.
sheriffs with other mutual aid law enforcement entities are going to have to work to deal with this. But as I understand, what they did was they rolled in, one of the initial things was rolling into a Home Depot parking lot. And if you've done that, particularly in Southern California, you will usually see some day laborers that are waiting to get hired to do work. And a number of those day laborers often are not here legally. So ICE went in there and they swooped in on the parking lot, and it kind of set things in motion. And where you saw the protests initially in Los Angeles, in Paramount, South Los Angeles, Compton, South Los Angeles, were areas of a concentration of immigrants from Latin America. Many of them were illegal immigrants, and it kind of just set things ablaze, if you will, in terms of the protests. And I'm not saying by any means that that 34% represents illegal immigration. Do not get confused. It's just that they were not born in the U.S. is from what I understand. But there is a lot of illegal immigrants in Southern California. And so it's not surprising you would see something like this. I would say probably more illegal immigrants in Southern California and Los Angeles than you would see up in, say, Seattle, Washington.
But not New York.
Denver.
You can't compare it to New York.
Maybe even New York City.
No, you can't. New York has too much.
For those
it's
who may just be
overrun.
joining
Here in
us,
Connecticut too,
we've been speaking with
and
National
Boston,
Security Analyst and
Massachusetts
retired
is
Marine
run by
Intelligence Officer
immigrants.
Hal Kemper,
Just the other
he's
day,
been
ICE
joining us
arrested
to lend some context
1,500
to the live images
immigrants.
that we've been watching develop all day in Southern California. One thing that LA Mayor Karen Bass said moments ago, Hal, is that the National Guard's purpose is to protect federal buildings. This is something you alluded to as well earlier. She says that's why you don't see them out and about in the city. Is there a point at which it could get to a point where we do see them out and about and not protecting just federal buildings, but could their duties expand eventually?
They could. Right now, and this is a federal to federal thing. And of course, for political leaders like the mayor of Los Angeles and for the governor, normally with military support or defense support of civil authorities,
yeah, they scan them. They already know who's there.
Process where they initiate a
they know. They've seen all the
that
pictures, the
goes
videos.
up
Remember,
to
they have
Washington,
AI.
DC,
AI can
and
do
then the
this in like
decision's made
seconds.
through a thing called the
Like they could
joint,
review
it's
everything
for
within
PSCA.
seconds.
It's an operational thing in the Pentagon.
That's how scary fast
and
AI
they make a
is.
decision that goes back to U.S. Northern Command, and they'll issue operational orders, if you will, for forces to go in and do something. That's the normal request process. That's what you see in natural disasters and fires and stuff like that. This is different. This is the President of the United States ordering these troops and federalizing National Guard troops to protect federal personnel and federal property. That completely cuts out the mayor, the governor, or any of the mayors and the governor from this entire process. So they're standing on the side watching this happen. And of course, they're looking at the optics and they're saying, oh my gosh, we got military troops on the streets. That's going to inflame the crowds. And that's certainly what they've been saying. However, I would point out historically, federal troops have been using this role many times. If you go back to the 1920s, there was a slew of robberies of postal authorities, trains, trucks, everything were getting robbed on a regular basis, and they actually called in the military. They actually sent in the Marines, if you will, to basically provide security force for the U.S. Post Office. Theoretically, any federal property in Southern
Look at the smoke. These people are inhaling the smoke. They are so stupid. Oh, these people are gonna get so sick. Yeah, I agree. You see, I would have taken my phone with me. I would have taken like a recording device, but I would have never taken my cell phone with me because the cell phone could be traced. Look at the Palestinian flag. Of course, a huge ass Palestinian flag. It kind of reminds them of home. That's why the Palestinians are there. Look, an explosion. Battery exploded. Are you able to hear okay? I hope you're able to hear okay because I see I got a message here. Your browser has lost connection with your screen share audio. Please try your screen again. Restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. So I may have to restart this real quick. So let me go ahead and just restart it because I hear a loud truck. Let me just restart it, and I can hear you. Yeah, not me, but the video. So let me take it out because there's a couple of other videos that I opened up that I want to take a look at. So let me just remove this real quick. Say hi, everyone. Hey, hope everyone's having a good night. It's a wild one. It's not gonna get any better anytime soon. Um, it's gonna be wild all night tonight. I just hope they don't go after the property. That's all I care about. Like, don't go after people's properties. Look at this kid. Whoever this guy is, this Mexican guy, is gonna get so sick. Because chemical, look at all the smoke. Oh Lord, not good. I hear explosives here. Um, I hear someone saying, "Start the fire underneath the seat." Did you hear that? They're saying, "Start the fire under the seat. Start the fire under the seat." Oh, peaceful protesters. Remember, you have to say peaceful. It's peaceful. Look at that truck in the back. They're gonna get cancer. Everybody's getting their cancers. Yep, they get cancer. Yep, they're gonna get sick. Look at this chick. Look at this chick. People. Oh man. And look at this guy. It's so important to get that video right. Now you're gonna die of cancer, and this is a really bad cancer too. Look at this guy. Look on top of a burning car that's smoking. Oh man, you're dead, dude. In a year, karma's gonna come back and get you, man. Everyone that's standing there, look at the one that with the color hair. Oh, you guys are gonna get so sick. You guys are so done. Fucking idiots, man. Yep. Oh wow. So it's gonna be an all night thing. I guess I'm gonna have to leave this on all night then. I could do it. I could leave it on all night and go to sleep and then leave it playing. And then when I wake up, I'll turn it off. 'Cause I gotta wake up early tomorrow, anyways. I gotta have physical therapy. Just looking at it, it makes me sick. I don't know about you guys that are watching, but don't you feel a little sick watching it? Don't you feel like nauseous? I feel sick. Like I'm getting sick. I'm surprised that car's on fire and it's still blinking the lights. You would think those lights would be already terminated, but no, they're still blinking. Wow. You can hear the batteries exploding. This is not my president. This is stupid idiots. You know, these are the Democrats. This is what they're good for. This is all they do. They cause chaos. They disrupt society, and they're spoiled brats. They don't know, like, they don't know how to lose. They don't know what, they're losers themselves, but they act so entitled. And these cars are exploding. The batteries are exploding. And you got people just walking next to these cars. It's so stupid, man. Don't worry. In a year, they'll have cancer and they'll die from the chemicals that they inhaled. Is anyone going to feel sorry for them? Not me. I'm going to burn some sage. That's what I'm going to do. Let me just come over to me real quick while all the chaos is going on. It's going to burn some sage. I have a little piece of sage here that I'm going to burn. And hopefully things can calm down. Burn some sage. I didn't want to burn my big stick because I have my big stick right here of sage. So I just grab pieces of it and I burn it. So it's probably can see the smoke. See it? Um, Neutralizing the energy here around my desk. Focusing on the energy because the energy is very hyped. People are running on adrenaline. There's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of fear tonight because this is what happening right now is not good for the immigrants. This actually gives more power to Trump to really go after the illegals. He could activate the military and go door to door and grab every illegal and remove them from this country. He has the authority to do that, and he can do it. It's so weird, man. Let's go back and see what's going on. I hear a lot of explosions. Wow, look at this. This is the Democratic Party at its best. This is what they got. These people are going to be so screwed. They're going to be so screwed. And none of them are really aware of the forever chemicals that they're ingesting and breathing in. Wow. So sad, man. Only in America. Only in America. I guess we got drummers there. Sound like drummers. Yeah, they got drummers. I'm all over the place. I'm jumping from stream to stream to stream. So we're getting close up of what's happening. We're getting all angles. I'm trying to get all the angles for you guys. Even ground here. If I come over here, maybe I could get some ground footage. It's a lot of stuff going on, man. A lot of really, really weird energy. And I feel like the Democrats are really, really wanting this to happen. They're so happy that this is happening. Yep. Oh, the horses. Hmm. Yeah, everybody's worried about the horses. Yeah, because they could hurt the horses if they throw the projectiles at the horses. That's crazy. Why would they put the horses in harm's way? Yeah, if they throw fireworks at the horses, that's animal cruelty. They're there for a photo op. Okay, now I'm gonna respond to that and say you're a stupid idiot. 2/3 of America voted for this. We don't want the illegals here. Everything is very expensive. Everything's expensive. I spoke upon yesterday. A 2 bedroom, 2 bath here in Connecticut are going for $3,000. 3,000 for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. There's not enough space here. We don't have the resources and the space to house these people here. They need to go back. They came illegally. They need to go back. And if the ICE are going after criminals and they're going after these illegals and they're criminals, and they have a rap sheet, why protest? What, like, that's helping society here. I don't understand, like, why all this is happening. It doesn't make any sense to me. I saw a lot of Democrats already gloating over this and taking a lap, taking that lap, like that victory lap, that they did it and they're causing chaos, and now they're gonna use it against Trump. That's all they want. That's all they care for. They don't care about these people that are protesting. They don't care. None of them. They don't care about them. All they care about is themselves. So let's go back to the news feed here and continue listening and watching. Hmm. Oh, now they're calling for backup. Ah, go tell Karen Baskins to request for that help. LAPD, you can sit back. Ask your mayor because your mayor says they don't need the backup. And now you're requesting for the backup, but your mayor is not going to approve it. So your mayor has to go ask President Trump for help. I'll tell you right now, don't hold your breath. Karen is a big time Democrat, and Trump already ate her ass already once. He could do it again. Yeah, but that's not a lot of protesters there. These horses. Oh, they hit the horse. You saw that? They threw they threw they threw something at the horses. I saw it. It hit the horse. They're throwing look, they're throwing things at the horse. They hit the horse in the head. Oh man, all these guys should go to hell. Whoever's hitting the horses, man, grab them and arrest them. Good. Oh wow, look at this. Yo, these horses no joke. Yeah, hit them with the damn sticks. Hit all these motherfuckers. Yeah, hit them. Hit them. Hey, it's non-lethal, right? Hitting them with the stick. Hit them with the stick. It's gonna be another Ryan King situation back in '92. This time they're gonna kick your ass with horses. Let the horses kick you. Whoa, grade one felony for harming a horse. It'll hurt. At least are clearing the streets, clearing the barriers. Ain't that city? I was gonna say that's City Hall. I remember City Hall because I remember back in the days the movie Dragnet. Have you ever seen Dragnet with Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks? Funny movie. Funny. It's a good funny movie, but I'm so disappointed in Tom Hanks. He's such a Democrat. Now you just gave him the idea to go over there. What the fuck are you doing? These reporters are stupid. The cars are still on fire. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm pretty sure there's 5 cars on fire. Yeah, all 5 are on fire. Yeah, but people use them to get to work, so they're gonna be fucked tomorrow. You better get to work an hour early. You better walk your ass to work. There's gonna be a lot of people getting arrested, man. What are they doing? You see, they're gathering stuff. No, they're gathering. Yeah, yeah, they're gathering something. I don't know, it's rocks or something. Yeah, they're carving. This is wild. Crazy. They don't get tired. They don't want to go home and be with their family. Why are they out here wasting all this time? Don't you know your time, your life is very precious, and you're wasting your time and your life being a part of this? This is such a waste of time. Such a waste. Oh, she said peacefully. Are you kidding me? This is a Democrat bitch. All right, I can't watch her anymore. I go back to another station because she said this riots that are going on is peacefully. So no, I don't think it's peacefully. So let's get rid of that crazy chick. Um, Get rid of the crazy chick. They're here destroying these. They're destroying signs now. If you come back over here, look, they're ripping signs from the street, and they can use it. Does this look peaceful? Does them ripping that sign, does that look peaceful? Wow, that's very peaceful. Look, it took how many people to try to bring that sign down, and they came and bring it down? Dummies, you gotta go left and right, left and right, left and right. You're stupid. You're putting on the same side like you're gonna be able to pull that out from the ground. Are you freaking kidding me? What a stupid idiot. All right, let's go ahead and go back over here and guess that's the foam batons that they're using. It's like a foam they shoot, and it doesn't really, it'll hurt, but it doesn't. It's not like it's not gonna kill you. Let's see if we can get any more. Why? We got San Francisco too. Yeah, some protesting also in San Francisco. Let's see if they bring it up. Hey, that happened in New York. Burn down New York. Can you go over to Letitia James and remove her from office, and that way I could go and travel to New York and enjoy my time in New York. I don't want to go to New York because of Letitia James. That's one crazy bitch, and she's gonna get what's coming to her. She's gonna get it really bad. She's gonna get it. These people are so dumb. They're gonna end up with cancer. All these people you see here, they're gonna have some kind of medical problem within 6 to 12 months from now because of the chemicals that are coming from these cars that they burned down. These weren't regular cars; these are EV cars. EV cars have these chemicals that are forever chemicals, and good luck. Um, when you're dying 12 months from now, karma will come back and get you. If you do good in this world, good will always come back to you. But when you do bad and you try to be good, but you're a bad person, well, your judgment day, it will be very bad for you. And trust me, everything you've done in your life will be reviewed when your time is up. You will get a final review. Are you a good egg or you're a bad egg? So just do good, man, and be a better person. Be a better you. Girl, San Francisco. We're gonna tap into San Francisco right now. We're gonna watch some news from San Francisco. I think you could bring up San Francisco. Let me see. San Francisco. So this is all over. There you go. Because he wants the control. Because he has no control, so he's begging for control. He wants control back on his side. Right now, he's not in control. Trump is in control. Gavin Newsom's a fucking clown. Fire department. Yeah, they keep throwing smoke. You see? Oh, those people that are standing there. Look at this. Look at this idiot. Oh man, they. Look at this guy with his little Mexican flag, and the guy firefighters trying to put out the fire. You know, why don't they don't do this in Mexico? Why don't they take their asses over to Mexico and do this over there? And then they're using face masks, so you can't see their face. You see? So they cover their face, so you can't see their faces. That lady or that guy, I don't know if it's a lady or a guy. Get out the way. They're trying to turn off a EV fire, and you're just standing right next to it. Look at this stupid Mexican. Look how he's standing. Oh man, they should just punch him in the fucking face. What an idiot. For a fucking picture? Oh man, I hope they get him. I hope they send his ass back to Mexico. Send them all. Mexico, make sure you have enough space because you got a lot of people coming your way. You got like 30% of California coming your way. Get ready. Open your doors because you're going to get a nice influx of people coming over. Hey, you see how it doesn't turn off? He's spraying water on it, and not water. It's a chemical thing that they spray on it for these type of EV fires. And look, it doesn't turn off. You could put that powder. They can put like they're trying to turn it off. It won't turn off. You see how it sparks back up? That's the batteries, and you can't douse it if the batteries keep popping back up and lighting it back up. My back is killing me. I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I can watch it from my bed and continue the show. So I'll still be in the control. I'm just gonna shut the camera down for a bit, and you're gonna be hearing more of the news and not me. I just need to lay down because my neck is killing me and my back is killing me. And back to back days, and this is like 4 hours already. It's more than overwhelming. It's overwhelming me. So I gotta go lay down. But I'm still gonna have the show going, and I'll jump in from time to time to speak. I will be in the chat, so if you want to chat with me, I'll be in the chat room. Hope things get better. I'll be switching from different views like this here, and coming over here to this. Something's happening around here. It's from earlier. Over here. You can see the burning of the batteries. The fire department's trying to put it out. Like, you got the stupid people with their flags waving in front of the fucking firefighters as they're trying to put out the fucking fires. Are you kidding me? Uh, Uh, let's go back over here. This is crazy. Now they try to say the protest was provoked by the chaos from Washington. That's such bullshit. Gavin Newsom is a fucking piece of shit. And then we're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. This is fucking idiot, yo. Gavin Newsom, man, you're such the biggest. I don't even want to say it because it's just it's so nasty. Like he's just a piece of shit.
sundown, but it appears a group of protesters marching along Spring Street there, possibly. Or perhaps just taking this intersection. Back out to our 2-box.
Can you tell what's on fire?
Let's, as we continue watching some of the images and sounds that the cameras on the ground are capturing, let's dip back in to our partners at Fox 11 Los Angeles. KTTV has been on the ground. Matt Seedorf, specifically, was in the middle of it all by the 101 freeway there. Matt even catching some of the tear gas that was sifting through the air. Fox 11 is on with their evening news right now. Let's dip into their feed. Let's listen into a little bit of their coverage. This is live.
Quite sure if Bill addressed that
So exactly then, what you're claiming then is that that 200 National Guard, or if it goes up to 2,000, are going to be out walking the streets in Los Angeles?
I'm not saying that.
Happen.
I'm not saying that at all. He says he's calling up 2,000 National Guard and then federalize them.
Okay.
Correct? We agree with that.
That's correct.
That was his initial statement. But he also went on to suggest that part of the reason was because Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass were not doing enough to keep the city in a state of status quo or peace and not erupt into something. And they basically, both of them suggested that doing that was more inflammatory than it was in any way helpful.
Frankly, the inflammatory part comes from the local politicos here, who come out and basically apologize for some of the behavior of these people, justifying it because Trump has done something they don't like.
Well, I don't know that they're justified. They're calling for the arrest of anyone that was destructive or damaging or hurtful in any way. Hurtful meaning injuring a police officer. So I don't think that's the case. What they are saying, though, is the mayor said to us last night that when you go into a company and just round people up without giving them an opportunity to prove that they have citizenship or they have documentation that allows them to stay there. She was in total disbelief that it could be that all those people, dozens of people, fell into that category of the original sentiment that came out of the Trump administration, which was we are going to find violent criminals and keep them out of the country.
Those are very emotional and sad accusations that are made, but none of them have been proven.
Whom?
You had a report by a state senator in Pasadena today that the ICE who were staying in a hotel as guests rounded up employees and asked them
Thank you so much for your opinion and your sentiments in this regard. The fact that you took the time to talk with us.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
After 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday night in Los Angeles, California, you are looking at downtown LA. A crowd there on the move. These are continuing crowds from the protests that have been happening all day, 3 days straight here. Just a small group here. We do note law enforcement from the LAPD to the Sheriff's Department has been down there on the ground. Not sure exactly why they're continuing to walk. I can only guess that law enforcement continues to move them along, push them along. Again, we saw all day where they basically took over the 101 freeway in one direction and damaged at least one CHP car. Several were there stuck on the freeway until the crowd could be dispersed. LAPD moved in quite strongly this evening, and now you have some stragglers, so to speak, still there in the streets of downtown LA, and clearly they're on the move.
All right, Matthew Seedorf is on the ground for us in the downtown Los Angeles area. Matthew, you experienced some tear gas. What are you seeing and experiencing now?
Yeah, right now we're outside of City Hall. There's been this ongoing standoff taking place with protesters and law enforcement. This is actually the LA County Sheriff's Department here. We're seeing someone try to get into this barricade right now. You can see him being met with sheriff's deputies. He's trying to explain I'm trying to go this way. But right now they're not letting anyone through here. Looks like he's getting hit with maybe some pepper pellets as he's turning around and walking away. If you want to pan down the street, they've actually pushed, there were probably a couple hundred protesters here just a little while ago. They've pushed them beyond City Hall. Something is on fire in the middle of the roadway, and the protesters kind of got pushed that direction just a little while ago. We saw that police firing those non-lethals, and protesters just retreating that way within the last 20 minutes or so. Elliot, I don't know if we can try to set the scene here, but we believe that it's possible these protesters were trying to take over this part right outside of City Hall. They even have some words up on top of City Hall that they're throwing up there right now. But pan this direction, you can see they had they were trying to make their own barricade with these benches in the middle of the street, blocking from coming in to where City Hall is. City Hall, and then sounds like we're hearing these non-lethals. This is what was happening. So this is kind of what they were firing. Law enforcement was firing at those protesters to get them out of here. You can see what these non-lethals look like. We've seen some people take some hits while we were over on the freeway over that direction. And right now it looks like is something, you can see the fire. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, you can see lots of protesters in the street, and it looks like they're
and Matthew,
yeah, scooters, and you can see the fire.
Matthew, farther down that street, there seems to be a greater collection of people. So past the fire, there seems to be a greater collection of people. And, I'm just wondering if they are just hanging around, if they're waiting for police to approach them, or if they're just standing by.
Yeah, we believe that is the group that was outside of City Hall. So they've been pushed now about, 2 or 3 blocks from where we are. They actually had several cars, it looks like their own personal vehicles, kind of where that fire was, and some barricade fencing that was there. And then they've retreated now a couple blocks further into the city. There's separate groups right now kind of protesting that we're seeing. There's that one group by the freeway. There's this other one that's kind of going right through downtown, moving from City Hall.
And Matthew, we should point out that you are standing behind a number of sheriff's deputies. So the LASD has come in now into the city of Los Angeles to help with the policing with LAPD. They also, I believe, brought those or did the wire barricades there, that at least the beginnings of it, although right now there's only one. Perhaps the protesters have moved them. At one point, while Chief McDonald was talking in his news conference, we saw a number of the protesters setting up those, A-frame traffic barricades and other things that almost look like a page out of what we were seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests at the campuses. But then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now, and I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade, and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street, right City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least tried to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were. Law enforcement came in firing those non-lethals, the pepper spray, the flashbangs, and it looks like those protesters have since pushed back at least a few blocks, but left some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene here, we are noticing all the cars, the public that is driving by this scene. Reminder of the chaos still happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. It is a Sunday night coming up on 9 o'clock, so perhaps many people are home for the night, not necessarily going out, say as it would be on a Saturday night, but still an area perhaps to avoid. Obviously, downtown is a changed picture from decades ago. Many more people live downtown. It is a place that has quite built up with high-rises and restaurants and
yeah, there's actual nightlife in downtown LA now.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for, is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large assortment of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today, and then there's some noticeable agitators. I mean, especially when we were standing over the freeway, you saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top of the CHP vehicles. We saw electric scooters being thrown. We saw a cone with some sort of fuel being thrown into the CHP vehicle that momentarily set it on fire. And right now, it looks like, I mean, you can see there's hundreds of protesters where you're looking at right now beyond First Street. And it seems like the sheriff's department here is just trying to hold the line at City Hall. And it's hard to know what's on the other end of the protesters, if there's more law enforcement or if it's just a long, if it goes for a few more blocks.
And we don't tend to think of downtown LA as being a territory patrolled by the Sheriff's Department. That is LAPD territory. So I'm guessing the Sheriff's Department is there in support of LAPD.
Which is unusual.
Yeah, and they're definitely here in support. You can see LAPD driving by right now, responding to something else, and you can see the protesters giving them a bad time as they're driving by with that fire there as well.
And we heard from Chief Jim McDonald, who just had a news conference talking about how they deploy, that they were not aware that the federal government was going to be doing ICE raids in Southern California on Friday. And so that caught them off guard. He talked about how it takes them some time to deploy when you have a crowd scene like this, like we saw Friday, like we saw Saturday. And what they do, he said, is they roll 4 people deep in a police car. That is for their own protection, 2 people per car. But in a situation like this, they staff it with 4 per car. It takes time to mobilize and get in place, as it probably did, Matthew, for the Sheriff's Department to get there to downtown LA and mobilize. Well, skirmish line.
And I should point out that the police chief did want to dispel a rumor or some kind of narrative that is out in social media that it took LAPD more than 2 hours to respond to the call for help by federal agents in that federal building. And Chief McDonald said, nope, that's not true. 38 minutes. It would have been faster if not for the fact that they knew you have to be prepared for whatever was left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what a street, and it looks like that intersection, and you're near. But it certainly suggests that there are a lot of people's area.
And you can see from this aerial shot
about midnight
last night. A track record from Remember, tomorrow's, you can't have that.
Well, the mayor actually, when in her news conference earlier today, she pointed out that perhaps it was the downtown Los Angeles area, not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which to sort of refresh or clean up, or the temperature, the view was nothing like this. We would see things sort of ebb and flow, but all this number of protesters or bad actors, agents lob flashbangs and tear canisters, but other than a couple people that perhaps were lobbing a lot of verbal threats or verbal comments, we didn't see very much. There were reports that some of the protesters were indeed throwing rocks. I do want to point out, and Matthew, I don't know if you witnessed any of this, but today LAPD arrested at least 10 people. They say it's a dynamic situation, and clearly the number of people arrested is going to go up. And
that appear to just kind of continue to be setting up a few of these barricades as LAPD continues to push the crowd more and more north. So this is just the latest one, as I see a few people kind of making a run for it there, but we've been focused on this gas station at the top of your screen, because that's the reason why there's been a crowd around there is just because that's there was such a big crowd that was pushed further north, and I'm trying to monitor a few different things here to see why people are running, but the crowd had been further to the south on Main Street, south of Cesar Chavez Avenue, that intersection you're seeing right there, and LAPD continued to push that crowd further north. So now you're just seeing the crowd just kind of scatter in a lot of different directions. So a couple people went to the gas station. We didn't see any signs of looting or anything like that in that particular store right there. So that's definitely some good news. But the concern obviously is individuals that continue to make barricades, such as this one there on the right side of your screen, that's been, as you said, fortified with a couple of dumpsters and a wrought iron fence. We've seen an item set on fire there next to that fence, but it appears that fire may be out as of right now. So LAPD is trying to avoid situations like this, but they're also taking into account all of the resources that they are pouring into the area, and they have been pouring into the area. So they are not at this time making a push further to knock down that barricade as they had been with now, maybe to have a little bit of a respite, have a little bit of a calm, regroup, and then figure out the next move. You see the night sun from the LAPD helicopter that is over the scene here. We've seen the Super Puma Rescue 5 scene as well. They've been helping law enforcement keep an eye on things. That parking, that pay-to-park structure at the center of your screen was set on fire earlier, but LAPD actually moved in with a fire extinguisher, and they were able to put that fire out. We were talking about an individual, possibly with a flamethrower, that set fire to a couple of trees there on Main Street, just south of Cesar Chavez. We did see an individual that LAPD believes to be the individual with that flamethrower taken into custody. So that person has been arrested at this time. LAPD is going to a flamethrower and using it on city streets. That will be very serious charges. And you can see here that's Main Street and Cesar Chavez, and that's where a large contingent of LAPD is staging at this time while they figure out their next move. I want to ask Rob to widen out the shot. Let's look to the south of City Hall, because that's where another group of protesters was located about 30 minutes ago, and we haven't been able to see them for a few minutes now because we've been focused on the group to the north. And there was about 500 people down there to the south. It appears that that crowd may have more on Spring and First Street, as you can see right there. From a crime scene, more or less. The people were throwing pieces of
right now in Los Angeles. It would be a wild legal battle for the president to bring in U.S. troops to face U.S. citizens of Los Angeles. The governor is here tonight. He's urging protesters to speak out, but to remain nonviolent. The spectacle they want by turning violent, referring to play out as he could score political points as things California against the president.
It's a crowd control other things. They are trained to win wars. They are not necessarily focused, at least in training, in urban areas to control and deal with violent crowds. So that will be another fire that has been set. Is over it. What do we have that's burning here?
Are still
to scrape the internet and figure out, or the video that gets put out there. We just noticed that somebody brought over, we don't know what thing that was carried over, and it took a couple people to do it because there was some heft to it. And you see, now we see other people that have decided to find things that perhaps are flammable. Let's add it to this fire. And you have to wonder, at this point, it's a focus for whomever these people are. I just hesitate to call them protesters, because how does this protest the raids by ICE agents? How long will LAPD, law enforcement, allow this to go on? Allow this to affect traffic, allow this to become sort of a drawing, a focus for some people that want to hang out in downtown Los Angeles and cause chaos.
Well, what happens is they move from block to block to block to block. In case you're just joining us, this is Fox 11 News. We are on early. Normally we are on at 10 o'clock with Susan Hirasuna. I'm Christine Devine, joining in for this live coverage on day 3 of protests here in the greater Los Angeles area here. And this is a scene at night. You have this Sunday night scene here in downtown LA. Not a lot of people holding, you know, anti-ICE signs in this crowd. So you have to wonder, look at somebody there has a tripod set up in the middle of the road with a camera. as they're documenting this scene. And you can see just steps away from our beautiful City Hall building that is all lit up right there. As we pan across here and look at Southern California, again, reminder that the 101 freeway had been shut down today by the demonstrators, by the demonstrations, by law enforcement. And that, I'm guessing, Susan, we haven't checked back on the 101 to see if it's been reopened, but here you have another crowd gathered here at this Alameda point.
It's after 9 o'clock, and you see there some kind of dumpster, some kind of container that they were successful in being able to set ablaze. We should also point out that we watched as 5 Waymo cars. Whoa. Okay, so now we're doing donuts
in reverse
in the intersection.
In reverse, and someone throwing rocks. Okay, what's going on there? That looks very strange. Somebody. I don't know what to make of this. This seems so very dangerous. Obviously, these people throwing the rocks are not happy with that person there. I don't know if they felt this person was endangering them. This is a very bizarre scene there, and why that person would do those donuts like that in reverse. Was that person trying to?
Going on. He seems to be having trouble. Controlling that whomever threw rocks or whatever it was, yeah, he's having trouble controlling that car. Oh, this is basically the Alvera Street area, the plaza.
Susan, was this person trying to hurt or endanger those that were in the streets there?
Felt as if, yeah, that this was somebody that was
not one of them. Gosh, this is very scary here. LAPD, FYI, something's going on here with this driver who is that a sidewalk he's driving on?
Well, that's a part of that plaza area of Alvera Street,
right.
Not far from the Chinese Museum. And it's clearly not set up for traffic. It was at one point, but now you have all of those balustrades or whatever they're called, the barriers that keep you from driving exactly where he's driving now. And if you've ever been there in an afternoon, oftentimes there will be people that are playing music and dancing. He's going at a pretty high rate of speed.
That is way too fast on a city street where there are people and bicycles of all sorts, whether you're with these demonstrations or not. It makes me wonder who this person is and what statement they're trying to make. Are they trying to agitate the people that are out there on the streets at this hour? Look at the way that driver is driving. Is this somebody on drugs? Are they drunk? Who does that? Who drives in reverse like that in the middle of other traffic, endangering innocent people? That's a scary situation in its own right.
Oh, he's out of the car now. He's decided to abandon that vehicle. And what? He's got a hold of a dumpster trying to move it, but unsuccessful. So now he's going to get back in the car. And by the way, I think I saw some shattered glass. I think that the agitators were able to throw a piece of concrete or what have you at him. And he was able broke through the window because then he was throwing things back out again.
Look at the way that driver is driving. That is a very scary scene. It's almost like this person is a rogue person who is out of his mind. And look at the crowd.
Everybody's coming towards him because he's stuck. He's stuck there. Now he's going to do things quite illegally to get out of the way. But it's clear that he was trying to go after the agitators or whomever is left over in the downtown area. And look at that. People are throwing things at him. So apparently the sentiment was, okay, you're not with us. Therefore, you're against us.
Well, look, I mean, the guy was doing donuts in reverse. You could kill anybody like that. He's been driving, it seems to be, very erratically. It makes you wonder what the mindset is of this person. Is it someone who just lost their mind? They just don't care who they hurt. They're trying to make a statement or what? But this is something that I'm surprised that we don't have a police chopper over this one as in a pursuit of some sort, because this behavior was very, very erratic.
Erratic. He was able to outrun, or thanks to the fact that he's in a vehicle and the other people are on foot, he had to get out of that traffic. So he's decided to back up. And let's see what he's going to do now. Now we're basically, I believe, in the Union stationary, going through Union Station, going through intersections or stop signs.
Going through a stop sign. Oh, he sideswiped a bicyclist. Oh, is that what happened? Is that, we're talking to our booth right now. So he sideswiped a bicyclist. That's why the crowd got agitated. But his behavior then, I would say it wasn't necessarily just in response, because he continues to drive erratically. And not sure the mindset of this person here, but if they were an innocent person just trying to get out of the way, they're not leaving and getting out of the way in a normal fashion.
No, not at all. When he left that intersection, it was sort of interesting the way he was wobbling. I thought perhaps the car was in some way disabled, but no, that was just his way of being somewhat threatening. But he sideswiped a bicyclist. That's what got the rest of the crowd, those that were on foot outside of the vehicle, against him. Now we're in that place where Skyfox is overhead, but you got that high rise there, so it's going to be difficult to see the vehicle. I wonder if he had any idea that that he was being tracked by a news helicopter.
Again, who knows what went down, how that happened, where a bicyclist was sideswiped? Was it intentional? Did someone get in the way? And then there was a panic scene, but it was very, very bizarre behavior as that person continued to drive around the downtown LA area.
All right, we may have lost that vehicle, thanks to that big tall building there, but
well, let us hope this driver either calmed down. Got out of the area, and just was not intentionally trying to hurt anybody, because that is a very scary scenario in itself.
Let me just ask the people in the booth now, did he sideswipe that bicyclist in that intersection where he was doing the backwards donuts? Was that where it happened? Because it was, so he, okay, so it was after that, after he left the intersection where he was doing the donuts, and then he actually went through Olvera Street, or the Plaza rather. Is that him there? That could be him. That is him. Okay, so we're back overhead.
Did we just have law enforcement right there? Did he drive right past law enforcement? We can tell that's him because there's damage to the vehicle.
The damage to the vehicle, and I believe the windows, too, were shattered when people started throwing rocks. But my point is the bicyclist got hit after he left that intersection. And how would those people know that, you know, once you get into Chinatown and adjacent to Union Station, how would you know that this vehicle was involved in, you know, the donut situation? But then I guess as soon as he hit that bicyclist, that was enough for pedestrians or those in the area to realize, oh, you need to be stopped.
Is that a drone? I'm sorry, I see this white light and I'm trying to figure out what that is. It's following
could be a drone
him?
these days.
I mean, is that a drone that's kind of keeping an eye on him? I've never seen that before. So anyway, we have this person still driving erratically here, and that is still very concerning. As we see this person, I'm guessing still in the greater downtown LA area, which makes me wonder about his mindset. Remember, he got out of the vehicle, did not seem to have a shirt on, if I have that correctly, and he was banging on that trash dumpster that people had put out into the middle of the street that are protesting, rioting, whatever.
I think he was trying to move it. Like, I don't know if he thought it could be sort of a barrier or something to affect traffic or affect people. But yeah, we're watching that vehicle. What is, I can't tell if it's a crossover, a van, or whatever. He has been affected by some traffic now and again, and then he would just back up and turn around and like break a lot of traffic laws. But this is unusual because usually we're used to the fact that there would be a police helicopter overhead, and we talk a lot about, like, what's the want? Why are they tracking him? Why are they over him? And this is a situation where Skyfox is over this vehicle. We witness some of the erratic behavior and erratic driving, but we don't know if law enforcement is involved at all.
And again, I'm watching that white light. I have no idea what it is. It continues to be following this vehicle. It continues to be in our shot.
Yeah, it's so funny, Christine, because you see it on that monitor. I don't see it on this monitor. So it could just be the monitor.
Okay, all right. Yeah, perhaps you're right. My bad on that. Okay.
But
so
it is unusual.
It is a distracting monitor I'm looking at here, so forgive me if anybody else is seeing this on their monitor. It's a very strange thing. Okay, so let me avert my eyes to another monitor where we see no light here. Okay, so again, what is the mindset of this person, and is this a rogue lone person who's taking matters into their own hands to try to make a statement against those who are still out on the streets?
Exactly. That is the question. And there are definitely people that thought that he's not with them. He's not with the agitators, that he was trying to do something to distract or interrupt what they were doing. At least that's what it appeared to be. He's driving at a high rate of speed, considering he's on a surface street and made that turn to the left awful quickly. I'm missing the smart navigation so we could tell precisely where he is in the LA area. But he's going at a pretty good clip. No one's near him. Whoa, that was a little too close.
Yeah, something is not right with this driver. The behavior is way too erratic to be normal. Not sure the area that this driver is in now, but obviously we've pulled away a little bit from the downtown area specifically itself. Looks a little bit more residential here, and not sure where this driver is now headed, but we've seen some very strange behavior. And when we queue up that tape at some point in time, you'll see exactly what we're talking about doing. We've seen a lot of car scenes where they do donuts in the middle of the street, but in reverse.
Right.
That was crazy. With people around?
Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if there were people that got involved and wanted to do a street takeover, but to do it in reverse, and then clearly to not be as a part of the demonstration that's going on right now. It seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't really a part of what is going on.
They were quite upset.
He wanted to object, or, you know, I don't think that necessarily means he's with the police chief and the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, but regardless, don't know his state of mind. It didn't seem as if he's like, I'm with you guys, because instead, protesters started to throw rocks and concrete at him. And I believe it broke the window, because then he started lobbing things back out of the car.
Is this the vehicle stopped?
Stopped?
Like he drove home? And it's... You know, I don't know if this person got caught up. There he is right there, shirt off. Oh, please don't get back in the car.
Yeah, that's the guy that we watched try to move a dumpster unsuccessfully.
I mean, he's got a sense that there is this helicopter overhead. It's you know, it's not overly warm out tonight to be without a shirt on in LA. It does cool down at night, so that is bizarre in itself. But obviously the guy pulled over, parked the vehicle in a normal fashion, and perhaps he is out of the vehicle and he's done driving. Let that be. This is very bizarre.
It's very bizarre indeed. So now he's gone into the back. What is he doing? He's pulling out, oh, I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something, because now I'm going to put on my jacket. Meantime, he left the driver's side door open. Oh, so he, you know, the reason why, likely, that he's shaking that out is because I'm pretty sure the window on the driver's side was broken at the least.
Left the door open. Oh, no, getting into another vehicle.
Oh, that's
all right, so I'm
interesting.
sensing this person has, no, they're just opening car doors. Is this their vehicle?
So he was shaking out that jacket, I believe, because it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that? So that car is on, and he decided to open the door and throw that jacket in. Meantime, he did leave the door open on the driver's side.
He's talking,
approaching somebody.
Police.
Oh,
okay,
police are involved. They are indeed aware and involved.
Well, this is a good thing. If they were watching our coverage here on Fox 11, we had it all. So police have stopped this guy from getting behind the wheel of that second vehicle or back behind his own vehicle. Now they can question him to say, who are you and what the heck were you doing?
What were you doing? And now we have an idea of specifically where he is. Vanna Street and East 1st Street. So just outside the downtown Los Angeles area. It's odd. He was not very, he didn't resist arrest. He didn't seem all that surprised either that police suddenly came upon him. Meantime, the woman that he was talking to, police are saying, no, you need to back up. You need to back up. And she looks like she's objecting to all of this.
I'm not sure. Is she? No, she seems to be talking with that officer. Okay, they're back.
In the meantime, he's like, everybody's got to back up. Everybody's got to back up.
Yeah. Well,
he looks like he's a sheriff's deputy, not LAPD.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior. Obviously some damage to the vehicle. Talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist or sideswipe a bicyclist in some fashion, hoping that person is okay. That was after that bizarre behavior of doing those donuts in reverse in the middle of an intersection there.
All right, should we go back to Matthew Seedorf and see what the situation is near City Hall? You see a lot more sheriff's deputies in that skirmish line there.
It's not on IFB, stand by.
And we have been watching as more LASD deputies have arrived on scene. That's in part to relieve the LAPD. Some of their officers, I'm sure, have been working long hours. So it was time to bring in some extra resources and personnel power. Still seeing fireworks. So
on the scene of that driver. Look at the damage there of the car, who was driving so erratically in the midst of people who are out there on the street at this late night hour. The demonstrators, as we're calling them, don't know this guy's motive. Obviously, this could have ended very badly, as the people were throwing rocks at this vehicle as he was driving so dangerously amidst people there.
Oh, quite a few patrol cars have now arrived at the scene, and we were watching a deputy as he goes into the vehicle searching for what? We don't know, evidence, whatever, anything that will bolster the case against that driver. Although, frankly, probably the best evidence will be the Skyfox video, where you could see all of his moves, all of his reckless maneuvers outside of downtown LA, towards Chinatown, towards Olvera Street, into that plaza area where cars are not supposed to drive. And then he winds up here at this location near East First Street and Vanna. And that other vehicle that was involved, I don't know if law enforcement would know that he actually threw something into another another truck rather. Okay, Matthew Seedorf, he is back with us now. Matthew, oh, you've decided to add your mask. Is that because there's a lot of smoke and tear gas being thrown about?
Yeah, we're right in front of City Hall still. The protesters kind of pushed back towards City Hall. So there's the skirmish line with LASD here, trying to hold them where they're at on First Street. We're trying to stay out of their way here. And they are, you can see the fire at the end of the street right now. They are firing those non-lethals, those flashbangs, and they warned us that there will be gas, as there's one right now. So there's going to be some tear gas here momentarily that they are firing across the street. But yeah, you can just see all the protesters over there, and on the other line of this law enforcement, and just flames, and it's pretty chaotic right now as they're trying to put an end to this right now.
Yeah, they've got that bonfire going there, Matthew, and they've successfully kept it lit for a while. But those flashbangs, that is no joke. And the flashbangs and the smoke can be quite helpful in trying to disperse a crowd. Wow.
Yeah, those flashbangs are really loud. The smoke is very successful, and we did see an alert from LAPD that essentially all the agitators at this point have split off into separate groups around downtown LA. It was warning people in the area to be careful of those agitators and possibly causing damage in the area. The Sheriff's Department was called in here to assist with the LAPD outside of City Hall as there were protesters that were trying to barricade themselves on this street out front of City Hall. As right now we're following the skirmish line. They're trying to push the protesters further back. You can see the fire still going on as well.
Matthew, as we watch there, that skirmish line able to make some progress and move forward there. Paint the picture where City Hall is. Is it behind you, in front of you? Where is City Hall in relation to this?
Yeah, so City Hall is right here. So we are right next to City Hall where this is happening. And then that's First Street where all this is taking place. So the protesters essentially got pushed back about an hour ago, and now they're coming back this direction. The Sheriff's Department is trying to hold the line and firing those non-lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall and hold that line and push them back, and hopefully people will disperse as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day kind of thing. But it is quite a scene, so we can just listen in for a minute here as you show us the scene.
Wow. And by the way, flashbangs, they do have a tail, and you can see them fly through the air, but they don't explode into fireworks like what we just saw. It was almost as if an agitator had decided, oh, well, I'm going to answer your flashbang with this green firework. I don't know if you noticed that, Matthew.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of traffic. I mean, people. You think about what time it is, 9:30 on a Sunday night. All the cars in the area, there's the massive scene taking place. Not normal at all.
I think there's a big looky-loo factor, and people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown LA, this is an area to avoid because these crowds can be on the move. Police can be on the move. But right now, it looks like this line, Matthew, is designed to hold the line to keep the crowds away from City Hall. And when you pan back to see City Hall right behind you there, it is quite a statement, quite a shot. And if I'm watching from another part of the country, whether I've been to Los Angeles or not, whether I know LA well or not, it is quite a visual to be watching this on TV.
Yeah, it feels like the whole world or the whole city is on fire when in fact it's just this, a few blocks really when you're talking about where these agitators are. They're not even anywhere close to LA Live or SoFi State, Crypto.com Stadium. They're farther north, away from that area.
Yeah, I was thinking back because just a few hours ago we were inside City Hall. We had a press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass. And while we were inside the press conference, you could hear those flashbangs going off while we're interviewing the mayor about the protest taking place outside. Pretty eerie feeling with that. And now just standing out here in front of City Hall and seeing what's taking place, it's pretty unbelievable.
Can you show us again the pan shot or have your cameraman turn back to show us really how close you are to City Hall? If you can reflect back on the words of the mayor and how she described what she was seeing with the protesters and saying that there is no place for violence or unrest. Talk about that as we look at our beautiful building all lit up in colors and then we have this contrast with the colors of a scene of chaos downtown.
Yeah, the mayor was saying that there's no place for violence. She was condemning the violence and says that it needs to stop. She was also blaming the Trump administration for what was taking place after they called in the National Guard. But yeah, just looking out what we see right now, again, the flames, you can see flags, as well as traffic, and it looks like there's a pretty significant crowd on the other side of the street there. And at this point, I mean, I don't know if you want to call this a standoff, but police or sheriff's department's here staring and looking at the protesters on the other side.
Yeah. We should point out that the reason why City Hall is all lit in different colors, I believe it's because of Pride Month, because Pride Month is June, and typically over the course of the year, the city will change the lighting for the beautiful City Hall. And so right now, I think it's multicolored for Pride Month.
Well, and it was LA Pride this weekend.
Exactly.
So it was a weekend of celebration in the gay community with LA Pride happening with the parade and the concerts, and then you have this going on, and as well as BET Experience at all, also this weekend downtown.
Right, exactly. So always a lot of things going on downtown. What is not expected is to have this kind of activity from agitators. Notice we're not calling them protesters. Yes, there were a lot of people that wanted to protest the ICE raids that started in Paramount, and then we had all kinds of activity that moved up to Compton and then eventually into the downtown area. They're not that far away from the focus building that the building that we were focused on a lot last night, which was the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, also known as a federal building where a lot of the federal agents were housed, and where U.S. Attorney Bill Saley was saying that the reason why they started lobbing tear gas from the gates of the MDC was because that the agents felt threatened by the protesters that were outside of right next to on Alameda.
Matthew, as we see that white smoke, those are the canisters of what that is trying to push back the protesters?
Yeah, it looks like they're using some sort of pepper spray smoke that they're throwing that direction. And then you can see some other protesters, the agitators, firing back with those fireworks. It looks like they possibly were trying to have some sort of takeover on the street there. But it looks like the deputies kept firing those little pepper pellets, pushing them out.
Yeah, those pepper balls are pretty potent as well.